And we are live, Lilith. Hello.
Hello, hello. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Very early here. 11 a.m. was the final round. This is so exciting. Ninth round today. This is where we will know who is going to become the winner. Pragg and Arvind are leading with 5.5 out of 8 because Arvind played a fantastic game yesterday against Benjamin.
Yes. Very nice game and
Hello, guys. Can you hear us now? Is it all good? Is it all good?
not yet. Not yet.
And I think we restarted it now, so hopefully all is good.
All is good.
Now fine, Rajarajan, thanks a lot for confirming. We'll just fix Lilith's microphone as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're all good. Lilith, could you just say something to make sure?
Yes.
Mic check.
Hi. Hi, dear viewers.
Guys, welcome everyone. This is the ninth round today. It's early in India. It's even more early here. It's 11:15 a.m. right now, around 11:20. But very exciting day to cover.
Yes, very exciting. The last round, and we finally will know who will
Who
be
will
the
win?
winner.
Because
Yes.
before Arvind took the lead by a whole point. I mean, like Pragg was behind by 1 point, but then Pragg raced up and he actually went to +3. And then yesterday Arvind caught up to him with 5.5 out of 8. Today though, Pragg is playing with the white pieces. And guys, just to remind, if Pragg and Arvind have the same score, Pragg is going to win the tournament because he played 5 blacks, which is one of the tie breaks in this event, and Arvind played 5 whites. So because Pragg had more blacks, he has an advantage.
Yes, yes. So, what do you predict today, Raja? I'm very excited
Okay.
because two Indians they are playing against two Armenians, right?
Yeah, I somehow have a feeling that today Praggnanandhaa, even though draw is okay for him, he will play for a win, Lilith, because he's playing with the white pieces. And let's actually dive into the opening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's not lose any time,
Yeah,
right?
let's
And
check.
E4. Okay, so Pragg is starting with E4, Raja. So he played here D4, right? D4, E4 he played, I don't remember already.
Yeah, he played D4, he played E4. He's trying to actually just
surprise
surprise
as
his
usual,
opponent.
right? To
Yeah.
surprise as usual. Actually, he's very unpredictable, right? How to predict what Pragg will play? It's not easy at all. So he played E4, E5.
Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop B5.
This is actually what Robert usually plays. He plays
With-
E5
with black.
with black, yes.
And he goes for the Berlin opening, so he
Berlin.
wants to be very solid with black. Maybe Robert thought that, because Pragg is having a better tiebreak, he will be fine with the draw. But Pragg is like, no, I want to play D3, and he
no
wants
endgame.
to
No endgame with Robert. No endgame with Robert. Yes. Okay. D3. By the way, very quick, right? Everything. Bishop C5 and H3. Okay, Raja. What can you tell us about
This is
H3
a
move?
slightly rare move.
Rare move, right?
Usually after Bishop C5, black is threatening this move, Knight D4. So even after castles, Knight D4 is usually how black responds. So H3, maybe he's just waiting and wants to, have the idea of going G4 at some point because he has not castled. Let's see. Knight
Let's
D4
see.
played.
Because Raja, honestly, I know here, as you mentioned, right, black wants to play knight d4. That c3 move is quite quite popular,
Yes,
right?
yes.
This c3 move, not allowing this knight d4 stuff.
Yeah.
So I think actually Robert had one game.
He had one game, yeah,
right?
where
This
castles, and he played d5.
Yes, exactly.
But for sure, Pragg wanted to surprise him, so he goes h3.
He goes for h3.
Knight
Okay.
d4, chop chop, c3,
c3 now.
bishop b6, and we have transposed actually in some line that looks very familiar. But here, instead of castling, white has this move h3. So he goes bishop g5 now after bishop b6.
Pinning the knight.
Yeah, pinning here, c6, bishop c4.
Bishop c4, and again the same scenario, right, Raja? Pragg is blitzing out the moves in the opening,
Yeah,
and his opponents are thinking.
Yeah.
The same here, the same now. Yes, Robert, of course, is thinking. He's taking his time because it's not easy. It's not easy.
not
against
easy.
Pragg at
Guy,
all.
actually, Lilith, here we have a lot of Pragg supporters. They are like, Pragg should win this event so that he gets a lot of GP points, which can enable him to qualify for the candidates.
Yes, but I think even with draw, because Arvind with black against
True,
Aram,
true.
do you think I think it will be draw
True,
in
true.
Aravind
Yeah.
game.
And actually, if you are a soul first, actually, Lilith, you get more GP points.
Okay.
So
This I
maybe
didn't know.
maybe Pragg is
Okay.
trying to go for that. I'm not sure if you have the same points, if it counts for soul or not. But definitely with white, I think Pragg is just going to not think about the outcomes right now. He just wants to play the best chess possible.
To put pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's understand this live position, right? So c6, bishop c4 has been played, right?
Yeah.
My first question that comes to my mind: what if black plays h6? If bishop h4, right?
Yeah, bishop h4 for sure will happen.
h4, and how about this d5 moves now? Do you like it or not?
d5 is
Yes,
risky. D5 is
what will
risky
happen?
actually.
Let's
because
understand why.
ed5, cd5.
Yes.
You have to. Okay, by the way, bishop h4 immediately blitzed out.
Yes, bishop h4 immediately.
And guys, when Pragg is playing so quickly, it's difficult to make moves like d5.
I agree with you, but let's understand because
So I will take. Let's say I come here.
Bishop b3.
At some point, I'm threatening to take here because you cannot take with the queen. Your d5 pawn hangs, and maybe you have to spoil your pawn structure with gf6.
I see, and if I play some bishop e6 move to defend my pawn.
And now let's say something like castling.
And you want to say that maybe e5 would beat some, but
I have to be careful that somewhere g5 ideas are possible in the air. But I have a feeling that Praggnanandhaa knows how to play this.
Yes.
Knight d2 maybe. And maybe he might even consider queen e2 and switcheroo on the queen side.
I see. Yes, I also can feel that after d5, now e5 pawn, right? Is vulnerable actually. Okay, so d5, d6 has been played. d6 is more solid. Of course, when you play against Pragg, you don't want to play d5 because
he played it, yeah. And
he played d6.
Played it,
yes,
and knight
d2
d2
more solid,
immediately played again by Pragg.
Okay, knight d2. Let's see.
I have to say that this line is known to be very solid for both the sides here because we can see kind of a similar pawn structure here, and also the bishops are on these diagonals, so it's a very symmetrical position. Besides that, white's bishop is on h4, whereas this bishop is still on c8, and Pragg with his opening preparation will try to put some pressure. Let's check our other Indian-Armenian battle here.
Yes, let's
between
do
and also get their cameras because very interesting.
Right. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so what do we have here?
Yeah.
d4. Aram played d4. So d5. Okay. e6. Knight c3. And look here.
h6.
Right. What is this?
Yeah, h6. This move has it gained a lot of popularity in like 2022, 2023. And the point is that before making this move, knight f6, which allows bishop to g5, white goes for h6, because now if you go bishop f4, I am ready to go bishop d6 and just exchange your bishops.
I see.
So this is like a waiting move to understand what white wants.
And not allow bishop g5. Right?
Exactly. So white goes knight f3, knight f6, bishop f4,
By
and
the
this
way,
happened.
this happened.
Yeah,
Yes, this
bd6.
happened. Bishop d6 takes. By the way, both players, they are playing very fast. It means that they are well prepared.
Well prepared, but after a6, which Aravindh blitzed out, Hakobyan is thinking for more than 10 minutes here.
To understand, right? What to do next?
Yeah. And Sakar, yes, both Indians facing Armenians today. That's completely right.
Yes. So Indian-Armenian match today we
Yeah.
have. Okay, so a6. Raja, let's understand, right? If just let's normal move, if bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3,
Developing,
normal.
yes.
Black will want to take,
Right.
and he might consider b5 here.
So that's why a6 has been played.
Exactly.
Okay. With the idea to push now b5.
Yeah.
Okay. And if some bishop d3 move,
then bishop b7, knight d7, and c5. Exactly.
Okay, but you should be a bit careful, I think, when you play c5, right?
Oh, for sure.
That this will not come.
It's very important that at some point c5, dc5, and just to mention like queen c5, let's say, just to show a line knight e2, if you go queen d6, that's a big blunder. It's early there in India. Are you guys alert? Why is white winning here? And do like the stream, guys, so more people can join in the final day today. Today is the finale.
Yes. With these tactics, we all should
Rudra Khatri, very quick.
Awake ourselves, right?
HC Hassan, Subhankara Bhadra, Anon says Discovery, Ayush Ganguly, many people, Sakar, yes, guys, bishop h7.
Very important pattern, by the way, to remember.
King takes and
this Discovery.
Boom.
Yes.
Just winning the queen there, disco check.
Okay. So
a6.
A6, Aram is taking his time.
Yeah.
Because maybe he wants to make a useful move. For example, a3 it's a useful move. Waiting.
Yeah.
Do you want to play knight
a3? Oh my god. A3 is just. I was not expecting a3 at all actually.
No, my idea is just I am waiting, waiting move because if bishop d3, right, then you take immediate and you play b5. My idea is just making waiting moves, but actually I think you also can wait, right? Or knight bd7 here.
Yeah, knight d7 is a very decent move. Black can even consider to go b6 in these kind of positions actually. And then bishop b7, knight d7 and to go for this setup.
But if after b6 I play bishop d3...
I will still take.
You will still take.
Bishop takes and bishop
b7, I castle, right? And you play knight bd7 with the idea to play c5.
Yeah, and this is very comfortable for black. This is exactly what black wants actually.
What black wants to do. But I think this opening choice is, Raja, is more about draw, right? What do you think?
It depends, I think. He just wants to surprise Hakobyan, and then if Hakobyan wants to take risk, maybe Aravindh will play. If draw, I think.
Draw, right? I think Aravindh is content with draw.
Yeah. And Abhishek is like, you are asking very easy questions. Okay, then I will ask you some tricky questions now. Abhishek bhai, be very careful now.
Yes. Okay.
So a6, and guys, Aravindh having a 13-minute time lead in this position with black pieces. I think he is looking good here to equalize comfortably in the opening.
Right.
But still, it's going to be a tricky game here because if Pragg keeps pushing, then Aravindh might be forced to keep on playing. That's why Aravindh chose an opening which is not dead draw, where he can have some chances, because if Praggnanandhaa is winning, Aravindh also has to take risks.
I see. Okay, I see your point. So let's check other games.
Yeah, let's check other games.
In a fourth place is Kollars, right? Is Kollars?
Yes.
Yes, a German grandmaster.
I'll get his camera.
Yes. And he's facing Samuel Sevian, actually, who is only half a point behind. So if Sam wins,
he will be the third.
Yes, he will be the first. So this is important game for the third, actually.
For the third place, yes.
For the third place, yes.
And he goes for Pirc with the black pieces.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
he actually.
He's taking inspiration
Yeah.
from Arjun,
From Arjun.
who played this against Gukesh, and
Gukesh.
he was completely better.
Yes.
But he somehow did not manage to hold on to the pressure, and Gukesh won that game.
Yes. And,
But opening was a success. So D6.
I'm
knight
very
F6,
curious what Sam has
G6.
prepared. Okay, actually, this is what happened in Arjun game
Yes,
also.
yes. Then knight F3 was played, if I'm not mistaken. But here bishop E3,
E3.
BG7, Queen D2, more aggressive.
More aggressive, and by the way, very popular setup.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious what actually Sam has prepared. Okay, so of course Sam is prepared. He's blitzing out C6 move.
And guys, do you remember one of the most famous games in chess history, which happened from this opening and also after this very similar idea of bishop to h6? Let's see if people in chat can remember this very, very important game in chess history. Let's see.
Okay, bishop h6, right?
Very curious if people remember. Magnus Hans, no. There is a more, it's a bit older. It's a bit older.
But I think...
Kasparov, Topalov, exactly. Vaikanze, Yogesh Zipan, H.C. Hassan, finding this move, bishop h6, and where Kasparov had sacrificed a rook and a lot of pieces actually to checkmate Topalov in the end, guys. Exactly. Pranav also remembering it. And let's see what happens in this game.
I remember also Pirc, if I'm not mistaken, Raja.
Yeah.
Pirc also chose Kramnik in candidates, no, against Ivanchuk, if I'm not mistaken, in 2014, no?
I'm actually not sure,
Not
but
sure.
maybe you might be right actually. I'm not sure
Where Carlsen won, and then he won against Anand.
And then,
this candidate.
Yeah,
Last
I
round
remember
was
that
very
candidates,
dramatic.
and
You
Ivanchuk
remember?
actually had defeated Carlsen in that candidates.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm yes, mixing something. Okay, bishop h6, but Kramnik chose Pirc for sure.
Okay.
So Pirc is, when you want to play for win, Pirc is
exactly.
a choice.
And it's like a bad opening.
Okay.
So, you know, it's, I mean, not, I wouldn't say bad, but it's slightly dubious because you give white the center. And psychology Kollars must be thinking that, okay, I have to go for a win. And when you have this attitude, sometimes you make risky decisions or like very bold decisions, which allow black to get some counterplay.
But actually, I think Raja Kollars is content with draw also, because then he's securing fourth place.
Yes, for sure.
That's why Pirc has been played.
Pirc has been played. Bishop takes, queen takes.
And e5.
e5.
Okay.
Very quickly played.
Very quickly.
Knight f3.
By the way, are you familiar with this? I mean, all this stuff.
I mean, obviously, this bishop h6 is a very typical idea in these positions, guys. Because we want to create some dark squared weaknesses here and then later try to push h4, h5. So bishop h6, very typical.
This is typical. I mean, from black side, e5 here.
Yeah, e5 actually is kind of well known in these kind of positions, because the point is that if black does not do anything quickly, then white is, let's say for example, you play a move like b5. Firstly, you also have to be careful about me pushing e5.
Yes.
Which can be a problem because then queen g7 will come.
Yes.
So you actually have to do something against e5, and that's why black goes e5 himself. Knight f3, queen e7 blitzed out, bishop d3, and you see already the position is completely fine for black. This is the dangerous, this is the danger that Pirc brings.
I see. Okay, but bishop d3, let's understand. So up to this point, we understand every move, right? Bishop d3, I will ask this question: why not long castle, Raja? Why not just to continue? You know, why not to continue?
Yeah, long castle is possible, but you know, when you're playing, you're probably scared of this move b5, b4 coming,
and then e4
and then some attack is coming.
Okay,
and so this is a move. Also, by the way, don't forget knight g4 could be an idea. And then your queen has to drop back to d2, but that seems fine.
That's because queen g7.
Queen g7 is also you have.
Yes, yes.
So I can't do that. Bishop g4 is one move that comes to my mind to chop this knight.
I agree. Bishop g4, yes.
And actually, this might be the reason why Kollars first goes bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
But I have a feeling today that this game Sevian is going to win.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm very
Oh,
I'm
today you
making
have
bold
bold
predictions. Yeah, this is the last day,
bold
and
predictions,
Lilith,
yes.
Sam has made 8 draws, and that's why today he's like, okay, whatever happens, win or loss, but no draw today.
No draw today. Okay, so bishop d3, we understand, very solid move,
Yeah.
right? The defending,
Yeah.
developing the piece, defending e4 pawn, and what do you think? Long castle or short castle will happen, Raja?
I have a feeling that we might see short castling because Kollars wants to be solid.
Solid, yes.
And because he wants to be solid, he might make this slightly more like conservative move, because if you go long castle, it's all out, like then you are declaring a war basically on, because opposite side castling, you know how it works. Yeah,
Right.
black will attack here with his pawns, white will attack here, and it's all about who gets to the king
Who is
first.
faster. Okay, bishop d3. Raja, let's continue a bit. If I play bishop g4, I like this move. Bishop g4, just simple.
Yeah, bishop g4 is a great move, Lilith, because
normal move, right?
no, it's great because you're hitting my knight on f3
And d4 is
and
hanging.
then d4 is hanging.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what white will do. d5 black already, actually I would prefer black in this position because this f4 square is looking a little vulnerable. So I was thinking knight d7, knight c5, and at some point something like this maneuver to have my knights come on f4 or d4 squares.
I see. Okay, very interesting. But do you think white has choice here? Because after bishop g4, this is, as you said, right? This is a threat.
Yeah.
And if not d takes e5, what
to do? Yeah, it's not easy actually. Maybe I have to take d takes e5, and that's why bishop d3 was not the most precise move.
Right.
And Sam is thinking here, he's like, should I just go for it immediately? He's just making sure if he has any other candidate moves.
Right.
Sam looks comfortable. Let's quickly check. Did we check Bjerre's game here?
Oh, yes, yes.
Bjerre is playing against Benjamin Gledura. Benjamin, who has been struggling in this tournament a lot.
A lot, yes.
He's -4.
-4, yes. Yes, actually he's struggling really in this tournament. Let's see what will happen today, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully he can show his best at least
Yeah,
today,
I hope so.
right?
I hope he ends
Yes.
well. Prakhar Gupta, yes, the match started very early today actually.
Yes.
It started at 12:30 p.m. Indian time, and it's great that you joined because today is the last day, and that's why they kept the matches early. We'll check this game and then we'll quickly check the leader's game. Knight c3, Nimzo opening.
Nimzo, yes, we have Nimzo.
Bishop b4.
And queen c2.
Which is known to be a very solid opening.
Right.
c5.
c5. By the way, c5 already,
c5 or castling are one of the two main moves. c5, dc5 and knight a6 was one of the other very, very popular moves. But Bjerre prepared bishop takes c5, it seems.
Bishop takes c5 immediately. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, here I remember, d takes c5 is possible also just castle, waiting when a3 will be played, then to take the pawn, right? This is like one of the main.
Do you play this?
I played as white,
as white.
as black.
So you have a lot of knowledge here.
But I don't remember anything, right? I used to play everything, that's why. But I don't remember anything.
c5,
D takes c5,
bishop
c5.
Knight f3, b6.
But it's interesting that, Bjerre is playing without castling yet, right?
Yeah, he has not castled.
Yes.
And if you see the next few moves, bishop g5, bishop b7, e3, a6, stopping these knight b5 ideas.
Yes.
So that the queen can come to c7 at some point.
Yes.
Bishop e2 played, and black has still not castled, and he's gotten some sort of a hedgehog position.
Exactly. I think black wants to play next move d6, knight d7, queen c7.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly this, right? This pawn structure, actually.
Yeah. And I have a feeling that Bjerre might want to keep the game exciting.
Yes, of
because
course.
Benjamin is struggling, and it's possible that Bjerre with the black pieces is a bit ambitious.
Yes, a bit ambitious because actually he has, if he wins, he gets then +1. He's on 50% now, right?
Yeah, and he's on 50%. Who?
Bjerre.
No, he's already on 50%. He will be
Yes,
on
if he wins, then he is
plus
+1.
one. Yeah, exactly.
And then he is fighting for fourth place.
Exactly.
Right?
You're completely right.
This is important. That's why maybe this pawn structure,
Yeah, and we have a
just
question
to
actually.
keep the game.
Polly Walnuts ask, what is hedgehog? So Lilith, could you tell us what is hedgehog?
Okay, maybe you will tell us because okay, d6, knight d7, right?
Yeah.
And queen c7. Of course, black wants this, and then castle, right? And we have then a6, b6, d6, e6 pawns.
Exactly.
Which reminds
Which remind us of this hedgehog. I don't know actually why they call it a hedgehog actually. I'm not sure about that. But the pawn structure with a6, b6, d6, e6, this is known as the hedgehog pawn structure, where black's main idea is to at some point push pawn to b5 or push
d5.
pawn to d5.
Right.
And this is known as the hedgehog setup. Bishop e2, Bjerre is thinking this game will be exciting to follow for the third place, but let's check the game of Aravindh, who is also
a3, by the way.
A3 played.
A3 has been played by Aram, so white made a useful waiting move.
Maybe in this position, the Armenians are thinking, having the same thought process. Yeah, you thought A3, even Hakobyan played this move A3.
A3, right? Waiting useful. I think knight b7 again with the same strategy. Waiting, good move, right? I mean, actually, knight d7 is not even waiting; it's developing.
By
right?
the way, he thought for 21 minutes here.
Because I think Raja Aram wants to find to find some position where he can push, right?
Definitely. And I'm just going to try to refresh the camera here because somehow. Okay, we will try to get that camera actually. Maybe in the meanwhile.
We haven't checked Yakubboev Xu game.
Yeah, let's check Hakobyan Xu game as well.
Yes, let's do it. Actually, oh, sorry. Look what happened, Raja.
What happened here?
In this game, again, we look at the clocks.
Oh wow, Xu is
again. Actually, Xu is very well prepared in this tournament.
Yeah, Xu is
only against Pragg, right? He
was not well prepared. So maybe we can say besides Pragg in this event, Xu has been having one of the best opening preparations.
Right.
D5 and B4. This actually idea I had recommended to one of my very strong friends from India.
Okay.
And he had won that game. So the idea is basically to surprise your opponent. You're trying to gain space here. But Bishop G7, Bishop B2, A5, B5, A4. Yeah.
Okay.
This is actually one of the best ways to play. And after this, we try to challenge this pawn so that white doesn't have A4. Rook B1, castles, E3.
Yes, and Xu is blitzing.
Xu knows everything.
Everything, yes.
Bishop A3, Rook E8.
Bishop D3.
And Queen A5 blitzed out, and Knight D7 also blitzed out.
So very excellent preparation.
Yeah, excellent preparation or excellent bluff.
Yes. By the way, before I think here the idea also, right, Raja, when it's against C5, right? It's against C5 break.
Yeah.
So before
stop C5.
Stop C5.
Actually, Lilith, A5, B5 and C5 is a very typical idea.
Right.
And after BC6, knight takes C6, and Bishop F5, this is actually one of the best ways for black to continue. Right. So I'm not sure actually if Xu Xinagyu is prepared or is bluffing. Because
no, I think he's well
I'm not sure actually.
I think he's well prepared.
I'm really not sure because I'm pretty sure that this was the best way to play for black.
But the A5 is also, this is also because I checked this.
A4 you mean?
A5, A4, yes. This is also engine.
Interesting.
Engine recommends this also.
So this, maybe actually C5 was better. Not sure, but maybe he has prepared. Lilith, we will take a short break because something is happening with the cameras.
Oh, really?
So we will just quickly fix the cameras and guys, we'll be right back.
Okay.
And until then, enjoy our hotel video, yeah. Just see where we are staying in this tournament.
Right.
And we are back, guys. We have the cameras again back and working. Very important to have that in the final day because we want to see how the players are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Lilith, a few more moves have happened in this game of Praggnanandhaa.
Yes, let's check. Let's check,
One
Raja.
second,
What
can you just
happened?
tell me the last move?
Okay, the last one, bishop e6 we have.
Bishop e6 was the last
Yes.
move.
Bishop e6 was the last move.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and after bishop e6 here in this position, white is thinking. We saw after knight d2.
We saw after knight d2. Yes, we saw after knight d2. I mean, queen e7.
Mhm.
Robert played. Okay, normal move, right?
Yeah.
Queen e7, typical for this kind of positions. Okay, and a4 blitzed out again, by the way, Raja.
Yeah, blitzed out
A4.
again.
Mm-hmm.
Gaining space on the queen side, threatening a5.
Mm-hmm. a5, Robert played himself.
Oh yes, we have a result, guys. Very, very nice that you pointed out. We did get a result in the meanwhile. Oh, 1 second, sorry for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have a result actually, and the game between Bjerre and Gledura has ended in a draw.
Oh, right. Let's check. Let's check what happened
Yeah.
there, Raja. Let's check. So after actually, what happened? Look, rook d1, bishop e7. White played bishop e2, and yes, and offered the draw. Yes,
Yeah.
of course we understand, Benjamin. Right?
For sure, he wanted to just finish the tournament.
Finish the tournament. Just forget about this tournament.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, he struggled a lot in this tournament, but we hope he will come stronger.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. I'm excited to see how he comes back. He's one of the very, very strong players. I'm sure he'll make a comeback. Bjerre had a great tournament. He finished with 50%. 4.5 out of 9. Very, very solid. And that's...
Honestly, I was thinking that he would try, he would try to...
But with black, it's too much,
yeah? It's too much.
Yeah, because it's not like, yes, he's having a bad tournament, but he's still 26-70.
Yes, he's a very strong player, yes.
So, in Pragg's game here, actually, after bishop e6, Pragg is thinking about his next move.
Mm-hmm. Actually, he's taking a long
yeah, he's
time,
thinking
right?
for 13 minutes, actually, in this position.
Okay.
So
let's understand, Raja. Bishop e6. Everything is very logical, right?
But I have a feeling that if black takes on c4, I will take with the knight. Then my knight jumps to e3 and f5.
Okay. So you want now maybe to castle, just to wait.
Yeah, I want to castle in this position, just waiting move.
Waiting move, okay.
If possible, b3 is also considered, but the problem with b3 is that sometimes the bishop on c4 can be problematic because d5 will come.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's why castling is the move that we are expecting.
Right. If castles, let's check. Castles is very normal.
Maybe g5 is possible.
You want to push g5.
Bishop g3 and h5, and black tries to attack
with
here.
Your style, attacking chess, Raja, attacking chess. Okay, so...
Guys, Pragg's game is very interesting today. He's trying to win because if he wins, I think his rating right now, let me just check. He might become top 5 in the world, Lilith. He's 2771 right now. So if he wins, he will be 2774. Okay. And if by any chance Arjun has a bad day, then Praggnanandhaa will overtake Arjun. So, big game today actually.
Okay. Actually, in Norway, chess today is again last
final
round.
day.
Final day. So we have final days, right?
Today is and here it's clear that one Indian is going to win for sure.
Yes, it's for sure.
In Norway, Gukesh is just half a point behind Magnus.
Yes.
So somehow it's possible that Gukesh wins Norway chess and then some Indian wins here. Would be insane day.
Insane. Yes, I agree.
So bishop e6, Pragg is thinking, let's quickly check other games as well because Sevian versus Kollars game, very interesting.
Very interesting.
One second. Yeah.
Okay, in this game, so what happened? We stopped after bishop d3 and we were thinking bishop g4 is a good move. Played, yes. D takes e5, d takes e5.
Yeah.
And look what happened, Raja. Knight g5 move. Okay, let's understand this move. Black wanted maybe just...
Yeah, for sure he wanted to take.
To take, right?
Yeah.
That's why knight g5, okay. But knight g5, is there any threat? What do you think?
I think right now he just wants to go bishop
C4 and
hitting this
F7.
f7 pawn. H3 is an idea. And Rudra Khatri says, I'm predicting Gukesh winning against Fabi and winning the tournament. Possible, very much possible.
But Gukesh has black pieces, right, today?
Yeah, because
Yes.
yesterday Fabi lost with the black pieces against Magnus.
Magnus, yes.
And Gukesh won with white against Vei. Yeah.
I remember Gukesh's game against Vei in Olympiad.
Oh my God.
Do you remember that
Lilith,
game?
that was perhaps one of the best
Endgame, right? Yes.
games
yes.
that we have seen in a very long time. Guys, if you haven't seen that game, Gukesh white against Vei black, India versus China from Olympiad 2024 in Budapest.
Yes, last year actually. Yes.
So knight g5, queen
And
f8 played.
F8. Okay, queen f8 played. Let's understand what is going on
He wants
here.
to say that if you exchange the queens, I will perhaps take with the king.
But then if bishop c4,
No, then-
your idea?
So I have to take with the rook.
With the rook, so there is not bishop c. I mean f7 is
It's
protected.
protected. Yeah.
Okay, rook takes f8. If I chase your bishop by h3 move, where do you
h3, I will
put
go
your
back bishop to c8.
all the way back.
All the way back.
All the way back. Yes.
Oh, he took on f8.
Okay, so he took on f8. Okay, we are expecting rook
Takes for
f8.
sure. His
Yes.
only move.
Only move and okay, h3 or h3. I think h3 because otherwise black will play h6 and if knight takes f3 then bishop takes f3.
Very good point.
Yes, just destroying white pawn structure.
Exactly.
h3, that's why we are expecting and all the way back bishop
Yeah.
c8. Okay.
All the way back, and then we will go knight d7,
Knight
king
d7,
e7.
king e7.
Slowly but surely we'll get our pieces.
Yes. Do you expect a4 at some point from white also? Right?
a4 is a very typical move, Lilith, but don't forget that after a4, black will play a5 and your dark squares become even more weaker.
Even more weaker. So you will not play a4, it means as black.
With white, I will not play a4.
Sorry, with white you will not
I will not play a4. I will probably consider trying to somehow go g3, f4, trying to, get some space in the center. But this endgame is, I mean, black is completely fine in my opinion.
Completely fine, right?
By the way, we have a question. Can you please tell us about this event? How many rounds? When will last round be? Hemant, this is the last round here.
Yes.
And in Stepan Avagyan, right now, as you can see below us, below our cameras, that Pragg and Aravindh are leading with 5.5 out of 8. And that's why today's day becomes so exciting because whoever wins today is going to be the champion.
Oh, by the way, it
happened.
h3, bishop c8. Yes, this happened. Okay, and we are expecting next moves, right? From black, knight bd7, king e7. Just we don't know what white will play then, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what white will play here.
Maybe long castle.
Long castle. Okay, normal. And if knight bd7.
And at some point, I have to come back with my knight to f3. But you see, suddenly...
But you wanted to play g3, f4.
Yeah, I wanted to go for this g3 idea actually and try to push f4.
f4 and to get activity.
But then I was like, black goes h6 and knight f3 and then how will I push f4?
And king e7, right?
Exactly. Black.
But I have a question for you, Raja. Okay, we played all these nice moves with black. How do we develop our bishop on c8?
We will go knight c5.
But then e5 pawn is hanging, don't forget.
So you mean like idea. Concretely how will I do?
Yes,
well,
because knight c5 is not possible now.
So black usually can in these positions consider going for b5, bishop b7 and trying to go b4. He can even just go b6, bishop b7, rook d8.
Okay, so it means that's why honestly I was thinking a4. So that b5 is not...
But like a4, I can just go b6.
You want to play b6 and your idea is then to play bishop b7, rook d8, just...
simple chess.
Simple chess. And can I bring my knight to c4? Raja?
Knight
what
d2.
Do you think
interesting.
About this idea?
Very interesting move, knight d2.
If I play like this...
I like this a lot. You want to go knight c4?
Knight c4, yes.
Yeah.
To regroup, to regroup my pieces.
Yeah, very much. I like this idea a lot.
It's
knight
possible,
d2.
right?
And then f4 also becomes idea.
By the way, your f4 is an idea. Right.
So everyone is asking about the tiebreak rules. Guys, the tiebreak rules here is first tiebreak is Sonneber-Berger. And I think Aravindh and Pragg have equal, like the first criteria in the tiebreak, it's equal. and direct encounter, they both drew their game. So that's also equal. The third one is the number of games played with black. And Pragg has played more games with black pieces compared to Aravindh, which is why if they have the same result, Pragg is going to be the champion.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Okay, so
h3
here-
bishop c8, and we might see some slow maneuvering in the game of Kollars Sevian. And I feel like this game black should not have any problems.
Yes. Okay.
And then let's check
So-
Arvind's game.
We haven't checked Yakubboev, right?
Yes,
Xu.
Yakubboev's game.
Yakubboev's Xu, yes. What happened here?
Just 1 second. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, let's
So
go.
in this game, we spoke about this before, right? Before idea what Yakubboev actually played. I remember, he played before also this setup with this before. That's why I think Xu is so
In this
well
tournament?
prepared. Not in this
Yeah,
tournament, but
before.
before. I saw him playing this before because this setup I also sometimes play.
with
That's
white.
why I'm very interested. I play actually this as black also.
Also, yeah.
Also as black the same, that's why this variation is interesting for me. And before, yes, the idea is just against c5, right, as we said before. And now a5, b5, and as Raja said, c5 is a very common idea. A4, rook b1, okay, castle e3. Raja, rook b1 has been played because a3 was afraid, right? So here, why rook b1? Because a3, black wants to push
Exactly.
a4, a3 also.
Yeah.
That's why rook b1, castle e3, c6. It means when a3 comes, we have bishop a1, right? This
Exactly.
is the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop a3, rook e8, bishop d3, queen a5, castles, knight bd7. Xu is blitzing out his moves as usual. Queen c1 and e5 after 10 minutes fought.
Yeah. D takes e5, and now Xu is thinking the position is around
but why
equal.
he's taking so much time?
I think it was a
Raja?
bluff. I think it was this bishop d3. He was playing quickly.
He's playing
I'm
very
not
quickly.
very sure if this was his preparation or he mixed up the move order, because after queen c1 he thought for 10 minutes and d5 again he's thinking for 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes. But what he's thinking of? What do you
Yeah.
think? So knight e5 is a move, and what are the move? Knight g4 also there is move, right? Or
Yes.
not?
Yes.
So he's choosing between these two moves.
Yeah,
Right?
he's choosing between knight g4 and he's choosing between capturing on e5 immediately.
What would you play? Raja, would you play knight g4 or you would take the pawn?
I would play knight g4.
You want to play knight g4 because you want to take knight e5, and if knight e5 with knight e5.
Exactly.
This is your point. Okay. So what
So here he's thinking the other option is this.
just to take, yes.
Takes, knight f3,
f3,
and just rook back to e8.
rook to e8. Okay. And what is this position, Raja? What do you think?
And now black is ready to go knight e4. The c3 square is weak. So actually after d5, knight e5, so that black has the option of going knight e4 also looks tempting.
When? Okay.
And like at some point
At
black
some
can, yeah.
At some point. Maybe that's why let's not hurry with knight f3 move. So let's cover this. Okay, because I want to play somehow c4.
Yeah, c4 is a good move actually in this position. C4 is a very good move, trying to put pressure on these pawns. If you
Right.
take on c4, knight takes c4,
is
this will be
coming.
ulala.
Yes, this will be great for white.
Yeah, and I will confirm the tiebreak rules, guys, once. But I am pretty sure that there will be no blitz or rapid match. It will be decided by the tiebreaks, and I will again check what will happen with the tiebreaks. But match to nahi hone wala hai. It will be decided basically with the black, basically Sonneberg Burger and number of black games.
Games, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we are expecting this if knight takes
Yeah,
c5
we're expecting
coming.
knight e5
yes.
takes, and this beautiful idea you mentioned, c4.
c4 just attacking white center, right?
And maybe actually Yakubboev will try to climb his way back to 50% if he wins this game. And will be interesting to see. But let's quickly check what's happening in Arvind's game.
Okay, yes.
Because we have some moves here.
We have some moves here, very interesting. Okay, so after a3, actually, look what happened, Raja. Knight bd7 is not played. So d takes c4. D takes c4 and b5 and bishop b7. So this is our actual position. And I see evaluation bar.
Yeah, actually,
Raja,
white has an advantage here.
According to evaluation bar, white is having...
And I was thinking, is queen c2 possible to go knight to e4 in this position?
Okay, this is your idea. And if I play knight bd7, so you just want to play
knight
e4.
Yeah.
Okay, but then if
but somehow this engine doesn't like this idea.
Yes, but if I take...
Bishop takes.
Takes.
Queen takes.
And I want to play just c5.
And c5, you get this in time.
I want to play c5, yes.
Because if I got to play queen c6,
yes, then,
white is much better.
Yes,
but you are exactly in time with c5.
Very nice.
C5. Very nice variation there, Lilith.
Okay.
So bishop b7, what can white play? e4?
Yes, let's try the most challenging move, e5. Sorry, e4.
And he played it.
And he played this.
Yeah, e4 is on the board, actually.
e4 is on the board. And we see that actually...
No, actually not yet. Sorry, e4 is not yet on the board.
It's not yet.
Yeah, he's still thinking.
He's still thinking. Okay, but let's understand, because we see that after e4 evaluation bar is in white's favor. What is going on here, Raja? But honestly, I want to have my knight here. That against e4, I will play e5.
Yeah.
So,
but you are not in time actually.
I'm not
because
in
if you go knight d7 here now, e5 just wins white the game.
I agree. That's why, honestly, this d takes c4 move, I'm not sure this was the best one.
You could have waited here, knight d7.
Yes, because this move, as black, we want to play. This is very useful, right? We see in all these positions that knight d7 and c5 is the most critical, right? So what we see, that actually after e4.
Yeah, guys, if e4 is played by Aram, Arvind is actually in small trouble here.
Small trouble, yes.
And this is getting a bit complicated because if he loses this game, then Praggnanandhaa just becomes the winner immediately.
Yes, immediately. By the way, Raja, look what is also interesting, that this a3 move, how useful is in this position, because there is not b4 move.
Yeah, exactly. a3 was very smart by Hakobyan, stopping this move b4.
But now, just I'm curious what he would have played if knight bd7, right? Because knight bd7 again.
No, or b6. We saw this, right? We saw b6 as well.
B6, yes.
And then bishop b7, knight d7. Because knight d7, Lilith, the problem is.
Yes, what is the problem?
The c5 is the problem.
Okay, queen e7.
Queen e7, and now let's say I go b4 and I get space here.
But I will prepare e5. Maybe not now, because e5, then d5 is hanging, right?
So maybe he was a bit afraid of this, because c6, knight e5 is possible. And yeah, the engine says that this, but like somehow these structures can be difficult. But here you have this f6 break.
You already taught us this f6 break. So let's show our viewers, right? Because if f4, we remember that Raja taught us that in this kind of positions, f6
break it. Break the pawn structure, guys. And now black just gets a lot of play. f5 would be a terrible move here. This would actually give white a big advantage, because now this pawn structure is very strong.
Very strong.
But f6 and black gets the initiative. So dc4, we think that is a slight inaccuracy by Arvind.
By Arvind, because it's, after e4, right? Black can't respond e5.
Yeah.
And e5 is afraid. Okay, Raja, let's go. Queen e7, what do you play? If I play queen e7 here.
If you play queen e7 here, the first question is, can I just castle? And then queen e2, rook d1. I will say that I have great center.
Okay.
If you go knight d7, e5.
Okay.
And now you don't have this, because chop, chop, and the c7 pawn is falling in the end.
I agree. This is actually... Honestly, this is annoying,
This is annoying.
This is really annoying.
If e4 is played by Aram.
Yes. If e4 is... What else can black do? Because e5 is a threat.
No, I have to go back queen e7.
Queen e7. Okay. But you know what I'm thinking here, Raja? Is it possible? Just, I want somehow this battery, like somehow e5 and this better. Queen e2 if I play? No, engine doesn't like, because maybe just knight bd7, right? If this, right, you play.
Yeah.
I wanted to play something like, if knight d5, some queen e4, such
Yeah, but
ideas.
it's possible that he goes knight h5 in this position, and then knight f4 is a big threat. If you go g3, then it's
Yes.
possible that he considers something like f6 in this kind of position. c5 is also an idea.
Maybe c5.
Just breaking. I think I have a feeling that it might be f6, but f6 doesn't work. f5. Yeah, f5. Sorry. Yeah, that's what my intuition
f5.
was, because knight
Yes.
h4. I have knight. The rook is also hanging.
Rook is
But also I
hanging.
have this knight f4 idea.
Okay.
And taking here.
Very interesting. So let's understand. Here you go knight h5, because actually knight d5 is a blunder. 7 points hanging always, right? So knight d5 would be just a... No, actually this is also working.
Also fine.
But why, Rajab? I mean, I can't take. And then this is not hanging.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
It's just a pawn sacrifice. And b4 now.
Oh, just 1 minute.
Or rook c8 first.
Raja, can be... No, there are no tactics,
No,
right?
no tactics here.
Tactics.
It's just positional compensation.
Okay.
Rook c8 here. Rook takes. And after castles, black plays this move b4. And he gets some compensation actually in this kind of a position.
Okay.
But bb7, it's clear that e4 gives white the advantage.
Aram is still thinking,
He's
right?
thinking. He's
still
down to
thinking.
less than 50 minutes. Will be interesting to see if he plays e4 here. That's the key move.
That's the key move.
Let's check what's happening in Pragg's game. Here.
Actually, castles, not g5.
No. He played rook d1.
Sorry. Yes, rook d1.
Rook d1 was played.
Okay. And after castle, only after that.
Yeah, castle.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe he was waiting, right? When black will castle,
then white will castle.
Then white
will
castle. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And rook e8 has been played. Okay. And Pragg is taking his time. What would you play, Raja?
What will I play?
As white. Yes.
I will play king h1.
Me too. Because we want to prepare f4, right?
At some point, yeah.
At some point, yes. But no f4 do we have or not?
Because
if
we
f4
don't have
we
f4.
will take, and then g5 is coming.
Yeah. At some point we are preparing f4. So king h1 is one move. What is another move? Queen f3, of course, I will consider putting pressure on this f6 knight.
Queen f3.
Because
Can
if you
I
go
play
g5,
yes.
bishop g3, and now, you can never take here because knight takes, and then knight e3, knight f5.
I agree. Yes,
so,
but I will not take.
Rook e8, and actually this has happened.
Okay.
And Pragg is thinking in this position.
Thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. Pragg is thinking.
Pragg is thinking in this position.
But I like your king h1 more. I don't know, Raja.
Yeah.
I like your king h1 move more than queen f3. I think king h1 will be played.
He played queen f3.
He played not. Okay, queen f3. Okay. So Raja, you want to say that now you are ready to take bishop takes f6 and play this endgame, right? This is
for sure.
So if, for example, if I play some rook d8 move, just let's like
to show the point,
To show the point, yes. You want to take.
Yeah.
Although engine evaluation
the engine
doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay. So you are ready to play this.
But the problem is d5 is coming quickly. Actually, I'm a bit afraid for d5 to come. Because if d5 comes, this might just be preferable for black suddenly, because ed, cd, and black has excellent center. This bishop is doing great on this diagonal.
Right.
So actually after queen f3, rook a d8,
yes.
Instead of taking on f6, maybe bishop takes e6 first.
Okay, but I want to take with the pawn.
With the pawn?
Yes.
And then I go knight to c4.
Okay, bishop c7.
And now I can immediately consider d4 as a move.
Okay.
And get space in the center.
This is your suggestion.
Yeah,
okay.
So this is an interesting idea. Rook e8, queen f3 played by Pragg. And I don't think Rob is a kind of player who will play g5.
He can play. He can play. I think let's discuss g5 move also. Okay, it's weakening the position, right? But then bishop on g3 is a bit...
bit misplaced,
Misplaced, right?
Yeah, Samlin Wilson says, we just joined now, didn't know it's early today. Welcome, Samlin. You joined at a great time right now because the games are getting exciting.
Yes.
Arvind is in small trouble.
Yes, Arvind is in a small trouble. Actually, let's see. Aram is still thinking, right?
He's still thinking.
He's still thinking because, of course, he thinks he sense, right, that it's a critical moment about e4 move. No move there, right?
Yeah, queen f3, and here Rob is thinking.
It's about g5 or some other move.
Exactly.
Right? It's all about this.
And
but after rook a8d8, Raja, you don't want also include rook e1 like waiting move or not? Like
I somehow thought that now it's time, because I somehow thought that if I have the opportunity to take and come knight c4, knight e3 with a tempo, I should use this opportunity. And queen e6, knight c4, this just looks very good for white.
Knight e3 you play. Yes, that's why, of course, after bishop e6, I
have
will
to take with the f
pawn, that I will cover f5 square. Very important.
Yeah.
So
bishop c7.
So your knight will not disturb me.
Yeah, that's very true actually. But I can go d4 now.
d4, yes.
And the other idea you have to consider is bishop takes f6. But I suppose that this endgame looks like, with this cluster of central pawns, this should be good for black.
Normal, right? At least, yes.
So d4 is what I'm expecting here. And this seems to be a very complex position, but I would prefer white here.
You prefer white. Okay, very interesting. So what else? So, and if g5 here, Raja, let a little bit discuss this move also.
g5, just bishop g3.
Bishop g3. And what then, right?
Arun, thanks a lot.
Okay. So what can black play here? What do you think? Interesting position.
And now he can come rook d8.
Rook d8.
But rook d8, the problem. Actually, do you think black can consider d5?
ED,
CD,
bishop b5
bishop
now.
b5 and e5 is problem.
Hanging. Yes, e5 pawn is hanging. Okay, so somehow this queen on f3, I don't like this queen on f3.
G4, do you want to play?
G4, you know, I was thinking G4.
Because if I take, my queen is trapped here.
Yes.
I cannot take, and I think this is what Pragg wants. You know, he wants to provoke G4, queen e2, G takes h3, and just sacrifice a pawn here. This is Pragg style, Lilith. King h2, or no, maybe not king
bishop
h2.
H4
Bishop h4
maybe.
back.
Oh, this is also not good. So what do we play here?
I think Pragg has something tricky prepared in this position. Perhaps bishop takes e6 in this position.
Okay.
And now knight c4. And maybe something like this, knight e3, knight f5 if the bishop goes. But I don't think it's Rob's style to go g5, g4. So,
but he might go. He might go. Because what else? What else, Raja?
Else is rook d8.
Yes, but without g5 in such kind of positions, can we play? I mean, g5 should be played sooner or later. Actually, don't forget, he played g5 against who he played? Yakubboev, he played g5. Right? Yes. So, of course, Robert is thinking. Robert is thinking to play g5 or not to play. This is the question.
Not. Yeah, exactly. To play or not to play is the question.
Yes.
And Hakobyan has played a move e4.
Yes. So
oh my
e4
God.
E4 has been played. The most energetic move, right?
Yeah.
And queen b6 blitzed out.
Wow.
Okay, queen
Let me just
b6.
get the cameras there. E4, queen b6 blitzed out.
But okay, I understand Arvind's point, Raja, because you remember at some positions c7 pawn was hanging.
Yeah.
So now after queen b6, he's ready to play knight bd7 and strike in the center with c5, right? And the c7 pawn is safe now.
I love that he played this move very quickly, because Aram might think that Arvind is still in his preparation. Yes, 75 minutes compared to 43 minutes for Aram, more than half an hour time edge. And if Hakobyan keeps on taking the same amount of time that he has, I have a feeling that Arvind might be like, yes, I'm worse, but you just don't have enough time to exploit it.
I see. Okay, Raja, very interesting. Yeah. What do you play if I play here bishop b1?
Bishop b1, I have a feeling that
my idea is to play
e5
and queen c2.
Let's say knight d7 now. Yes. You want to go e5.
Yes.
And then next you want to go queen c2.
Yes. If you play knight d5, I want to queen c2 or queen c2. Why engine doesn't
because
like
maybe
this?
just g6.
G6.
Like 4.
Okay, if not G6.
F5, yeah, that's the whole point.
That's the whole. Again, this F5.
F5 is the whole point, guys. If E takes F6, this knight captures back on F6, covering the important H7 square, and black is doing okay. You can even take back with
that
F knight.
Yes.
This bishop rocket opens up.
Rocket, yes. Oh, this was very nice. But let's show our viewers why G6. Let's understand ourselves also why G6 is so bad.
Because just weakening.
Just weakening. Do you play? Okay. First of all, do we take the pawn or not?
Let's see. Knight d5,
Yes.
bishop d5, and we can even just capture the pawn here.
C7 pawn.
Oh no! Blunder because rook c8. Wow.
Yes. But again, after queen c, queen b6, rook c1.
Zwischenzug check.
Zwischenzug, yes.
King here, and now we just take the rook on h1. And
but nice variation.
This is winning for black. Beautiful variation.
Yes, this is actually very beautiful.
So you cannot take the pawn.
So the pawn is not hanging. It means that maybe the whole idea is not that great.
Maybe knight e4 and queen d2 next, just putting pressure here. By the way, castles has happened.
Has happened, but if knight bd7 now, what then? Engine doesn't like this, but why? This is the most natural move, knight bd7 to prepare c5, right? Oh, sorry. This is what black wants.
Yeah, maybe that's why b4 could be played. Just stopping you from going c5.
Okay.
Yeah.
b4. Okay, let's see. b4. And if I play some, can I play some a5?
a5, b5 pawn, you're not afraid. Maybe you're right. Maybe a5 possible. I was afraid that b5 pawn becomes weak.
Okay, I thought maybe it will somehow work.
So maybe here you just have to go something like rook f d8 and then somehow prepare e5. But guys, this position actually...
It's very tricky. Very tricky. You see evaluation bar. So I think queen e2 here, just queen e2. Okay.
Yeah, why?
But knight bd7 we want to play. No? Yeah. I mean, our idea is to develop the knight and play c5. What other idea?
Maybe knight c6.
Oh, knight c6.
Yeah, maybe it's some weird knight c6 idea to put pressure on d4 and then rook d8.
Okay.
Maybe, Arvind has something like this in his mind.
He's very creative, right?
I would not be surprised.
Knight c6.
Yeah.
Could he play rook d8?
Rook d8 also very, very possible, Lilith, in this position.
Just putting pressure on d4. First rook d8.
And if queen e2, then you can go knight c6 now maybe. But the whole point is to bring the knight here.
Okay, but by the way, this is very interesting. So it means that he didn't play knight bd7 because maybe he has this idea in his mind.
Yeah.
Rook d8, knight c6. This would be very interesting if he plays this.
I think he will play it. And look at his clock, guys. Arvind trying to play quickly and some creative ideas there. We have some statistics in the chat that Arvind's win probability is 42% and Praggnanandhaa winning the tournament is 58%, something like this.
Yes, because his tiebreak is better than Arvind's. Pragg's tiebreak.
But actually, I'm not sure because the Sonberger might change after this round. So, will be interesting to see. But let's check Pragg's game if there are moves. Not yet.
Not yet. So, Robert is taking his
Robert
time.
is thinking there after queen f3. And Arvind thinking here after castles. What about Sam?
Yes. What happened here? So f4, your move,
immediately.
Right? Yeah. So f4 immediately has been played. Okay. Your move, by the way, immediately. We were thinking to prepare this with g3, but as we discussed after, after some g3 move, h6 is coming, and we have to go back, and f4 is not possible now. f4 has been played.
Yeah.
Knight bd7.
Knight d7. And now long castle played.
What interesting. But of course, the first question for you, Raja.
Yeah.
What will happen if I take this pawn? First, let's understand.
If you take the pawn, I have a feeling e5
is the move.
Probably what Kollars is banking on. If knight takes e5, rook to e1, knight f d7, and this is actually very, very complex. I have no idea what's happening.
But intuitively, I will not go for with black for this. It looks a bit
I would go for this.
Really?
Because bishop c4 now if you play, I was looking at this line king e7, but now rook takes d7 is an idea. king takes d7, rook takes e5 in this position.
This is so crazy.
And now I would consider this move pawn to f6, but then I would have some problems because knight takes h7 maybe.
Because you are blitzing out the moves
Yeah.
without thinking,
No,
right?
I'm thinking here. And maybe black can just go king d6.
D6,
And
right?
then
Oh, this is also
it's
not
not
that
good.
great.
So tricky maybe.
Very tricky. Very. So as black, you think you would go for e takes?
I think I will go.
So if e5, and you are brave to take this pawn also, right? Because if not take, then h7. Don't forget, h7 is also hanging, right? Okay, very interesting. So if we take on f4, it means that after e5 we should take another pawn, and if rook e7 we should go knight d7. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have knight h7?
Knight h7 is possible, Lilith, in this position, but then I will go rook h8,
And
knight
what
f6
yes.
check you wanted, but I will go king to f8 in this position, so that knight takes d7, I can just capture back with the knight, and this looks fine for black because the king is safe. Knight f6, bishop e6 next.
Okay, so this is not what white wants. Okay,
Yeah.
so knight, not knight h7, but
Bishop c4 for sure was his idea.
His idea.
Yeah, and this is how the game can proceed if black takes e takes f4 in this position. Sam, you know, very good calculator, so he's trying to understand these complications arising after e takes f4. And I have a feeling Sam will find this idea ef4, e5 and knight takes e5 and play this.
But it's complex. It's very complex.
Yeah, but yes.
So, and if I play h6 here,
yeah,
you play knight f3, right? Just you want to put more pressure on e5.
Yeah, that's not
and
good.
And if this, you play just e5.
This is great
and
for white.
And you want then e6, right?
And knight e4, knight d6.
Yes, no, this is not good.
I have to take now or never.
Now or never. Now or never. Okay. So if I play king e7 move, like useful move. Also
again,
good.
I will think about this idea, knight f3
e1.
back.
Knight f3 or rook e1.
Or just rook e1, yeah?
Bringing the rook, right?
Bring one more piece in the game. Yeah.
Yes, and preparing like this
e5, e6.
Okay, very interesting.
So long castle
and some is...
Our prediction is ef4.
Or king
My
e7.
prediction is ef4.
King e7. I'm a little bit scared to take this pawn, honestly.
Yeah, Abhishek Parulekar has somehow calculated it. It says if both draw or win, then Aravindh will win the tournament.
Oh, really?
And if both lose, then Pragg wins. But guys, we will actually take a small break to confirm this with the organizers, so that when we are back, we can say with certainty who's going to win the event in case their results are equal. If Pragg wins, what happens? And Aravindh wins, what happens? So we'll make sure what happens.
Yes, let's do it because we have so many questions about this. Okay.
Just we'll take a small break. In the meantime,
enjoy video.
Yes. And guys, we are back. I just asked the organizer actually, the tournament arbiter, what is happening about the standings in case of a tiebreaker. And the thing is that their Sonnegar burger is extremely equal. So it will depend. I mean, it depends on other results as well, actually. So there is no guaranteed way of saying who is going to win the event in case that they have equal points.
Yes. Yes. So we will wait.
We will
right?
wait and see.
We will wait. We
It's
will
a
wait.
mystery.
Let's not be in a hurry.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
Let's wait. Let's just enjoy the games because they are so exciting, right?
And guys, after e4, queen b6, castles, rook d8, the best move found by Aravindh.
Yes. So and he's preparing actually your idea, Raja, I think, right? This knight c6 and putting pressure on d4.
Putting the pressure.
Putting the pressure. Okay, very interesting. So let's see what Aram should.
And look at the clock.
Yes, I see the clock and I am scared for
Yeah,
Aram.
38
really
minutes down and only 30 moves played.
Right, right.
This is intense, guys.
This is very tense.
If you thought I'm not getting dates here in Armenia, I have it.
So you like?
Yeah, I like dates.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you like them and actually we have it, right?
Yeah.
In Armenia. Okay, Raja, let's understand. We are white and what should we do? So knight c6 is an idea. So if I play just queen e2, right? You play knight c6, right? This is your idea.
Yeah.
So if I am playing e5, Raja, you take, right, on d4.
If you play e5, knight d4, yeah.
So if I play e5, actually this is not that bad. So let's calculate. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4.
Queen takes d4, rook f-d1.
Rook f-d1.
Yeah, and you are in some...
bishop h7.
Check is coming.
Is coming. So let's check. So knight takes d4 actually is a big mistake because of your rook f-d1 move.
Yes, rook f-d1.
Rook f-d1 strong move. d3 is protected. Knight is hanging. And the most important, bishop h7 check is coming. Okay, so then I play this.
Queen e2, yeah.
Queen e2 and I play e5 here.
Yeah, and maybe in this position I can just drop back with my knight to h7.
Okay, rook fd1.
Rook fd1, but Lilith, I had an idea.
Yeah, you want knight g5, which is not that
That's
great.
not good, yeah, because take and you have queen h5. Okay.
Yes, queen h5.
So
you had an idea, but it
just
was not
free
great.
pawn. Knight takes, I can just capture back with the rook.
Rook now, and there is not this cover check. Okay. So
rook d8.
So e5.
If you go queen e2, I will go knight c6.
e5.
And e5, I will go knight h7.
So let me think. So exactly you went knight h7. This is your idea that rook is now opened, right? And you want to take with the rook here, not with the queen.
Yeah.
Okay, you are so tricky, Raja, as usual. As usual, you are very, very tricky.
And we have a super chat. I don't know what it means. iShowSpeed donated $1 trillion. I don't know what that means. But okay, thank you.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Okay, what can I do, Raja? Help me. Help me.
I think that Aram just needs to play quickly.
Quickly, only this, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's not enough. Aram should play quickly and well also.
And the pressure, is just also yesterday, if you remember, Lilith, Aram was put under a lot of pressure by Hovhannisyan. Hovhannisyan actually had one winning opportunity, and Hakobyan, who was just on the back foot the whole game, somehow, he's not able to find that flow of moves. Because I know Aram likes to play quickly and to put pressure, but somehow here
in this tournament, no. In this tournament, we see him quite often in time trouble, actually. Almost every day.
Yeah.
Okay, but what other ideas do we have here, Raja? I mean, knight c6 is the next move, putting pressure on. No, I think this will happen. Somehow queen e2. What else can I play? Can I play again this bishop b1 move?
Bishop b1 is possible, but with your queen being on the same
I don't
file
want.
as
That's why I wanted queen e2.
Exactly, because now I won't be surprised if e5 is possible, but somehow
Engine
engine doesn't like it.
Why?
Maybe he just wants to go d5. No.
Then he wants to take on e5 with the knight.
Yeah, knight e5 and rook d4, and somehow this position after queen e2, my pieces are not developed at all. Queen c2 actually is the best.
Maybe queen b3.
Oh, queen
Raja.
b3. Okay.
Queen b3 and f7 suddenly.
My God.
Yes, suddenly this idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So bishop b1. Maybe, you know, black will still go knight c6.
Still knight c6. I wanted to play e5 here.
e5, but knight d4, Lilith.
Oh,
Tactics.
again talks. Oh,
Takes with the rook, queen c2, and now knight e4, and I'm doing completely okay here.
Yes.
By the way, b4 played.
Okay, what is this?
b4 played here.
b4 played. Okay, let's understand, Raja. If knight c6, this idea, what Aram has prepared. So knight d4 is a threat now.
Yeah, knight d4 is a threat. Aram saw some tactical idea here.
d5.
e5.
e5 you want.
Then same problem. Knight goes back to
Maybe knight d4. Oi, no, because we take maybe the knight, right? If knight d4.
Yeah, let's see what's the best move.
Yes, so why it's not that great? So let's understand. If knight d4, we take the knight, right?
Yes.
And there is nothing here. Okay. Okay, there is no tactics.
No tactics here.
Yes, okay. If e5, the knight is hanging, knight d4, there is no.
Is knight g4 possible? But now my knight is trapped, so you will just play h3.
h3.
Which means actually that
maybe this knight h5, no, but it doesn't look that great.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
Yes.
Okay, then we have only few moves left. We considered all the moves, Lilith.
Yes.
Knight goes back to e8 or what?
Not.
Oh my God.
This is tough. Okay. Then only knight d7. But knight d7 also.
Weird, yeah. d5. Yeah, knight d7 is the best. But
according
that's
to
knight goes back to f8 to protect the h7 square.
Could be. And there is a very important, there is not d5 because e5 pawn is hanging. I mean, this is okay. This is, but let's understand, d5 is not the only move for white, right? So okay, d4 is hanging. Honestly, I was thinking what is happening if d5 move.
ed?
You just take, right? You take and knight e7
and
or
knight
what?
e7.
Knight e7 and my pawn is gone.
Yeah.
Okay, so d5 is not working, guys. So d4 is knight d4 is a threat.
So knight c6 is one move, Lilith. That's very, very decent in this position.
But I understood. Look, if knight c6, Raja, can I play knight e2 simple? What do you think?
Maybe he wants to do this actually.
Knight e2, defending the pawn. And now I want to play some queen c2.
Just positional, queen c5.
And c7 actually is a backward pawn. Okay, very interesting.
So knight c6, he wants to come back knight e2. What else can Aravindh play in this position? Guys, do you have any recommendations? 700 people watching. Aravindh and Pragg trying to win their games, to win this tournament here in Bjerre, Armenia. Trying to get some GP points.
Okay. But after before a5
a5 is one suggestion actually. We had it. Who was this person? Jai Agrawat. Yes, finding this move a5.
a5 is interesting. Just, you know, trying to open a file, right? Before now can be weak.
Yeah, a5 is a great move actually, because if you take the b5 pawn, e4 pawn hangs. We are trying to open up the rook as Lilith mentioned. And if a5 is found quickly here by Aravindh, I mean, guys, we said that, you know, Aravindh may be trying to be solid today, but no, he's ready for a fight.
He's ready for a fight. Yes, he's ready for a fight.
I think, guys, we are expecting after b4 as Arav, if I'm not, Jai Agrawat, sorry, said a5. Spade of 7 also says, man, a5 is a good move. Yes, it is.
Yes, because, okay, what else black can do? Now c5 is not possible, right? So knight c6 we don't like that much because maybe knight e2. And there is not c5 break, there is not e5 break, right? And if now a5, Raja, if now a5,
Yeah, this is actually another way to
Also,
play it. But
just
somehow with your knight coming back to e2, you do have the option of just going queen d2 and protecting this pawn
all
on
right.
b4.
It's
It's
complex.
complex.
Yes, it's complex.
So knight c6 immediately or a5 and he goes knight c6.
Knight c6. Okay, this actually will happen. Knight c6, knight e2 Aram will play, and I think a5.
And knight e2 immediately played.
Yes, immediately played. Of course, he was prepared against this move. It's obvious.
So
and now
a5, I think that Arvind will play in this position.
a5, right? Yes, I also think so. a5.
Just putting pressure.
But now queen b3 or queen d2. By the way, this is also possible, right? No. Why? Because maybe there is tactic.
I think just ab4 and rook a4 simple.
Yes, rook a4 and now b4 is a really weakness. Okay.
And people are saying some moves in Pragg's game actually.
Let's check.
Pragg's game here. Yes, wow. What is that? There's a lot of moves here actually.
Yes.
Knight c. Actually, we saw until queen f3, bishop d8 played.
Bishop d8. Okay, so Robert doesn't want to allow this bishop f6 stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just had a feeling that, it was Pragg style to provoke g5 because usually Robert is a positional player. I don't think he likes to play this g5, g4 move.
You would go for g5, right?
But when I'm playing Pragg, I would be scared.
You would be scared, okay.
So bd8. But actually, guys, for everyone watching, it's very important to not, give a lot of importance to whom you're playing against. It's very important that you play with your style regardless of whomever you play against. That's the way you can improve in chess. Something I'm personally trying to inculcate in my own game. Just play your own game. Doesn't matter whom you're playing. It's Pragg, Magnus or someone weaker than you. Just play however you like to play.
Enjoy chess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, rook e1.
Rook e1, bishop takes, knight takes, queen e6 and b3, just protecting this pawn on a4. Also having this idea of d4 now that the knight is protected.
Okay.
And this is actually what happened because after chop d4 played.
Your idea. Okay. d4 has been
and
played.
White wants to go d5 right now. Or d5, c d5, rook d5 does seem like a very powerful idea.
Okay.
So if you go g6, this move d5 just gives White a crushing advantage.
I see. Okay.
And
very
b5
nice move.
played.
That's why. Okay, b5. What is this?
What a move.
Yes, what a move. Actually, very nice move from...
Great move.
Yes, very, very, very nice move. What do we do as White?
So I don't think we can we take... I don't think so because this allows Black to get a passed pawn here.
Yes.
So I don't want to take.
Then
but if I
knight
move my
d2?
knight, b3 pawn hangs.
b2? Yes.
Question is if I can go knight to e3 here, Lilith. And if queen takes b3, just sack the pawn and go for knight
With
f5.
your style, right?
Yeah.
But Raja, now look, actually Pragg sacrificed several times in this tournament pawn for the initiative.
Yes.
So maybe this is his idea also, right? Again to sacrifice a pawn for the initiative.
Guys, do you think Pragg will go knight d2 here? Do you think he will go knight e3? Let's try to have a small competition in our chat.
Exactly.
See who does well.
Yes. Okay. But now, Raja, what I...
By the way, d5 is also a move.
Yes. If knight d2, do you think it's too passive?
I don't like knight d2.
Because it's not your style, it's passive. Okay. Okay, knight e3 is a just sacrifice, pawn sacrifice for the initiative, right?
d5 is another move.
You are suggesting d5, which is actually a decent move.
Yeah. And this is actually a big question now. What will Black do? Because if you take cd5, ed5, White gets a big advantage because I'm just winning a pawn. So d5, you might have to go queen f6 in this position.
Okay.
And somehow the tactics are working in your favor. Guys, lot of messages. Knight e3 is winning by a big margin.
Really? Knight? Oh, so our viewers, they want to sacrifice a pawn like you, Raja.
They are saying knight e3, e3.
Okay.
Everyone is knight e3 gang here.
Okay, so...
Bruder asks, why not knight? Ayush Ganguly says d5 should be the best, but d5...
Let's check.
Attacking the queen. Somehow this move queen f6, which looks weird. But the point is, if you take the pawn here, your knight on c4 is hanging.
Also hanging, right?
And then you take here, but then I take your queen, g takes, and I just take this pawn back, and rook endgame's known to be very, very drawish. This is again very equal.
Very equal. Okay, so
So-
d5. By the way, after d5, just I'm curious, Raja, can black play not? I mean, queen.
No, only move queen f6.
If queen g6.
This is not good because
Why?
now white will just play knight e3
Knight
back.
e3. Okay, now you play knight. This is important, by the way.
Yeah.
Now you play knight e3 and b3 pawn is not hanging, right? And you want to play knight f5. Yes, this is big advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why queen f6 is the only
move.
Yes, because if knight e3, then queen f3.
Yeah. Then of course this queen
Yes,
takes
this
f3.
is of course possible, but
She takes f3, and actually this also looks dangerous for black. I have to tell you.
C takes d5 or what?
No, c takes d5.
Possible.
Rook takes d5, and then
Yes.
you have ba4, ba4,
Yes,
knight
b6
b6,
then.
hitting
Yes.
this pawn. So guys, after b5, I think all of you are right. All of you are right that knight e3 will happen.
Will happen. So you think again Pragg will go for sacrifice?
Yeah, Pragg has to, because it's the best move in the
It's the best.
position.
Okay, knight e3. Okay, let's go b5, knight e3, right?
Yeah,
I take the pawn, you play knight f5.
yeah. I go knight f5.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, what will you play here, Lilith?
I'm thinking, honestly, my first thing is just come back.
Queen e6.
Yes, to save.
I have a feeling that I might play something like queen g4 or maybe even queen g3 in this position.
Okay.
Maybe queen g4 is more logical.
Logical. Okay, so my pawn is checkmate is threat.
So g6.
g6, okay, you take.
You have to go g6, I think.
Okay, but why not queen f6?
Queen f6,
Yes.
if you go in this position.
Yes.
I have a feeling that now...
How do you want to increase the pressure?
Need
Yes.
to put some pressure.
Yes, you should.
F4,
Otherwise, f4.
or rook d3 maybe. Lift the rook.
Rook lift, the engine doesn't like
Engine
your
is
idea.
not a big fan of rook lift.
Yes, but it looks very, very
It looks
attractive.
attractive,
Yes,
yeah.
it looks very attractive.
But these attractive things are very deceiving in life.
Okay, then
Then what to do?
else? Yes, then what else? F4 also looks.
Oh, d
you
takes e5 maybe.
knight takes e5.
Knight takes,
Knight
because if
take-
d
you-
takes, I had some
rook d6.
rook d6 idea.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No. I saw this. That knight takes e5.
Mhm.
Okay, so d takes e5 is not working. Rook d3.
Oh, d5, Lilith, in this position. And if you take with the c pawn, I will take with the rook on d5, hitting this pawn. But black is doing okay actually.
Yes, black is doing okay
Yeah.
actually. And honestly, I could have played maybe if I play c5 also. This is also possible. Maybe no.
c5,
Actually,
ab5,
not that much.
and maybe I just fix my pawn. It's possible actually. It's
possible,
not that
not
bad.
that bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, right now, Pragg has a very critical moment in front of him, guys.
Yes.
Because this b5 is a very challenging
Very
move.
challenging move. Yes, I like this move. Yes,
Yeah.
I like this move. Challenging move, and
Let's
Pragg
see.
should make actually
Pragg,
make
he has to make a decision. Because the thing is, like, you can go d5, you can go knight d2 or e3, giving up this
Yes.
pawn, and all three of them are very, very decent.
very decent. Yes.
Guys, let's quickly...
But honestly, he will not go. I think he will not go knight e3 because, sacrificing pawn
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Lilith,
in
because
such tournament situation. Why to take such risk?
he will play the move which he thinks is the best.
Okay, so knight e3 from you.
I have a feeling knight e3. What do you guys? Guys also said knight e3. What, you think knight d2 or d5?
Let me think. I think
Yeah.
d5. Okay.
You think d5?
Yes,
Okay.
I think d5.
And guess what? d5 has been
Ooh.
played. My God, Lilith.
You see, right?
Oh la la.
Yes,
That's the best
d5.
move actually. Maybe, after knight e3,
No, there is risk.
queen
there is-
b3, knight f5, queen e6.
There
It
is a
looks
risk.
good for white. But again, it might be one of those, like, just visibly it looks very good. But maybe in reality, we don't really have anything there.
Mhm.
So he goes for d5, goes for a more positional approach.
Yes.
And cd5,
No, not cd5.
ed5 would give white a big edge.
Yes, because of AB then,
Yeah.
right? That's why you suggested actually here the only move.
Mhm.
Queen f6. Yes, queen f6.
Yeah.
And now we are thinking what?
d5, queen f6 is the best move, which Hovhannisyan has not yet played, but I'm expecting him to play this. We'll keep this camera, Lilith, and we just quickly check
Let's check other games.
other
also.
games.
Yes.
Arvind
By
has
the
not
way-
played a move after knight e2.
Yes.
Sam has
yes.
not played his move after long castle.
He's taking how long his thing.
Wow,
Oh,
that's
this
40
is,
minutes maybe.
Wait, too much.
Too much
No,
time.
This is yes, too long. Okay, Sam should
Play quickly.
play quickly and yes.
But it's a big moment actually,
Yes,
because
it's a big-
whether to take and allow e5 or not, he has yet not made his decision. So
Right.
Sam is thinking Xu Xiangyu's game. Wow.
Whoa, what happened here? So after the
D5.
knight g4 has been played, knight g4 and e6. Okay, what is this move by the
Very
way?
weird position, guys. I have
Yes,
to tell
what
you.
is this? So what is the idea? If rook takes e6, okay.
C4
c4
played,
now. This move we like, right?
knight g5, and c takes d5, giving up a
Oh.
bishop here.
What is this? What is this? We should understand. If knight takes d3.
Yeah, actually maybe Yakubboev missive. I'm not sure. Queen c4,
Knight e5 then.
then you have knight e5. So I
Or
cannot go to
another
c4.
knight, yes.
Maybe
If
queen c2.
yes. If queen c2, it's okay.
And I guess I have to take
Then queen takes
queen
d3.
takes d3
Yes.
and just go something like knight f6 in this position
Okay.
to go back rook e8 and bishop f5. Black has a pair of bishops here. He does have an isolated pawn, but maybe this position is quite okay for black. But
But it looks like
look at the time.
oh, how long?
He thought for like these players are just taking crazy amount of times.
Crazy.
36 minutes for knight e5,
Oh,
and after cd5 he's thinking again.
he's thinking again.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, queen f6 found. Queen f6 found by Hovhannisyan, and he gets up from the chair.
Yes, I think it will be draw.
You think it will be a draw
Yes,
now?
I think yes. Actually, I predicted two draws.
You predicted 2 draws yesterday actually.
Indians against Armenians. I predicted.
You made a pre-move yesterday.
Yes. Let's see. Okay, queen f6. So what we are thinking? D takes c6 here or what, Raja? Or knight e3. Which move do you play here?
Let me think. If queen f6, knight takes f6, knight a3, no, or just ab5, cb5, knight a3. But black is doing well here, and I had a feeling knight a3 immediately. But no, this is not that good for white
that
actually.
good for white, yes.
So queen f6, and maybe actually Hovhannisyan has defended really well and equalized in this position
Yes,
with black.
because we considered here also this variation, right? Takes,
BC,
BC,
CD,
and rook d7,
yeah.
and we thought this will be draw.
So maybe this will happen.
This will happen, most probably. Yes.
Possible this will
Yes.
happen, and this game will end in a draw actually.
Right.
And if this game ends in a draw, Lilith, then if Arvind wins, he's the sole winner.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. But how Arvind will win? Let's check this game. He's also thinking.
Guys, Arvind has to push a5 just to get his camera. Arvind, come on, man. Let's go a5. Push the pawn.
But maybe there is other good move. I mean, we thought
But
about
what?
a5.
Because if you think
Yes.
about it, I have put the maximum pressure on this pawn on d4. Knight e7 just makes no sense now, because white will just play something like knight g3 and he's very happy. Even he can just go queen c2 in this position.
C2, the actual this is the key, right?
Weakness.
Backward pawn.
Backward pawn, yeah.
Which is not good. Okay, which is not good. c7 is a weakness.
So you don't want to move your knight. You don't want to move the rook. So then logically the only move that makes sense is a5.
It's a5. The idea is simple. Black wants to create weakness on b4, right?
Yeah.
And here you suggested the queen d2 move, right? Queen d2 move.
I was thinking queen d2. Yes.
Yes. Idea is simple. If f takes, so I suggested queen b3, but queen d2 is more precise, because now if rook a4, right?
Yeah, there is rook c5. Where is rook c5 in this position? Because if rook takes b4, guys, question for you
Yes.
finally. White to play in this position. What
Yes.
can white do?
What can
Do you
white
think
do?
rook fc1 will happen? Do you think e5 will happen? Or any other ideas? Oh my god, Dan VSG, very, very quick. Sudarshan Gupta, no. Rook b5, he will just take it back.
Oh, yes. Be careful.
Yeah, be careful. Sakar finds it, Shreyan finds it, Nishit finds it, Rudra finds it. Lot of people now finding it. Lot of people finding the move. Yes, guys, rook takes c6, bam, taking away the defender of the b4 rook, and whatever piece you recapture back on c6 with, your b4 rook hangs and white is just a piece up.
Piece up, yes. Okay.
Actually, knight e2, a5, and Lilith immediately rook c5. That's also a move that we did not consider.
Yes, let's see. By the way, very, very
Yeah,
decent
I
move.
think that's why he's not playing a5, because of this move.
Because, okay, excellent. So what should we do then? Let's understand. Somehow I think, I mean, this should be critical. Let's first check this.
A b4, maybe I will take on b5. I can even just take back on b4.
Yes, and now b5 pawn
and if you take here, this is losing because rook b5, queen d6 only move to protect the knight, and then e5 hits both these pieces. It's just boom bam. Bishop is also hanging.
Bishop is also hanging. So this is just boom bam. It's
Yeah,
just,
boom bam
as
is
you
coming.
said, right? Yeah. Okay, knight b4 is a blunder. Is a mistake. Okay, how to defend b5?
I don't see an easy way actually.
Wow,
it might be some crazy ideas.
I'm curious to see your crazy ideas, Raja.
It might actually be that in this position, rook a3 works, which is completely crazy.
Okay, but
Oof.
okay,
oh my
if
god.
rook takes
if
b5,
rook takes b5
explain
in
to
this
us
position,
your
Lilith,
crazy idea.
one idea is to go queen a6, but the idea that I was thinking about is rook takes d3. But yeah, no, that's not good because you'll just take back on d3 with the queen. So now black will go queen a6 or queen a7.
I think queen a7 somehow.
Yeah, queen a7, and basically bishop a6 is an idea.
So this is just sacrifice.
Oh my god, he plays it, and rook c5 on the board.
Oh really? Okay.
I think AB rook a3 will be. He played AB3 immediately.
Okay, immediately.
Wow.
Oh, this is okay.
Guys, AB4. Do you think Aravindh has found this insane idea, rook a3, giving up a pawn, but understanding that queen a7?
Right. Okay, Raja. Of course, let's go one move back.
Yeah.
If I play, what is a rook b5 move? Of course, we should check this move also.
Rook b5.
What is this? Yes. It's not good according to engine, but let's understand why.
Why? Yeah. Maybe queen a7.
Just queen a7. Okay. Good.
A takes b4.
Yes. And what is this now?
And just bishop a6 now. I was thinking so that we capture this bishop and then b4 pawn falls.
Okay, let's go. Rook c5.
Yeah, rook c5, and I can maybe capture on b4 first. Or take on d3 first.
Yes,
that's the question.
Yes, you should calculate, right?
Yeah, I need to calculate. I think maybe knight b4 first makes more sense. Bishop a6, and now
maybe knight takes
maybe knight a6.
No,
queen a6. Both moves are good for black actually.
Because I wanted with knight that e4
oh my
will
god.
hang.
After
this
move, there might be some queen takes c5, Lilith.
Oof, what is this?
Yeah, d takes c5
right.
to capture on d1, takes, and now I will take on a6 because then with the knight maybe so that both your pawns are hanging.
Oh, this is very nice actually. Let's see. Okay, a takes b4.
Yeah, a takes b4, a takes.
Yes, Aram is still thinking.
Guys, we are just going to wait and see.
A takes b4. Yes, a takes b4. He will play.
He will play only move, I mean.
Yes. And now you are suggesting this crazy move, rook a3, right?
Yeah.
Just pawn sacrifice. Okay, rook a3, I take, and you play... No.
Queen a7.
No, you play queen a7 here. This variation. Okay.
Let's see, Aravindh has gotten back to his chair. He writes down the move ab4.
And I think he will take his time here, Raja. Aravindh, he will take his time because this is actually critical moment, right? Just to sacrifice a pawn. Okay, what can we do now? Queen a7, the white to move. Do you have?
The first question is, will he find this move rook a3? That's the first question.
I think yes, because Arvind is a very creative player.
Guys,
Because he doesn't have choice. Also, Raja, he doesn't have choice. I mean, b5 pawn is hanging. It's obvious that black should sacrifice.
I mean, knight a7 is a move, but that's just very passive.
Passive. Yes, it's passive.
I hope he doesn't go for knight a7 here, guys, because that would just give white an advantage here.
Queen c2, right?
Yeah, queen c2 simply, and white is just better. So ab4, rook a3 is the key move.
Is the key move. So
let's see if he finds this.
By the way, very important moment, right, for all of us.
Big.
To go passive and defend the pawn with knight a7, which actually we don't like, because after queen c2, this c7 is a weakness, right? I mean, backward pawn, but better just to play energetic. And sacrifice a pawn for the initiative. Yes, rook a3, actually, yes, I like also rook a3. Just not go, just active, right? Active play. Okay. What else if not rook a3?
No, that's the only move, guys.
Really?
That's the only move.
There is
knight
no other
d7,
way to sacrifice a pawn?
Knight d7, but I'll just chop this pawn off. I don't think you have enough compensation here, because your rook has also been blocked. What is my knight doing on d7? No, guys, yes. Rook a3 only move for Arvind.
Actually, very interesting. Will he play that?
For sure he will play.
For sure, right? Yes, I agree. Maybe we will use this time and check maybe actually Pragg's game.
Yeah, he plays knight a3.
Your move.
Yeah, this has happened.
Knight a3.
Yeah.
Okay. So, knight a3.
Maybe we'll keep Arvind's camera, because this is an important moment in Arvind's game where he has to find rook a3. So if there is a move, we can go there. But here,
what is happening? If queen takes f3, g takes f3, right?
Yeah.
So I think this will happen. And what is this? So b5, c6 are hanging. What can black do here? First of all, let's check Raja taking pawns. So if I take, first let's check this move. If I take this,
yeah,
not
I will take
good.
D takes c6.
You will take this. My knight is hanging. If knight somewhere, maybe knight f8.
Yeah, but somehow this, I will go c7 here.
And I'm losing.
Oh, c7 is not good.
C7 actually is not good. Maybe you should bring knight. Or you just take the pawn. I don't know.
No,
but
if I take the pawn, they have rook c8. I cannot go this.
Yes, you can't. So
I have to go knight b5.
Yes.
Oh, knight b5 is also a mistake. What's the winning move?
But let's understand. Knight b5, why it's a mistake? Maybe a takes b3? And then the pawns are running.
Queening, yeah.
Okay, not that easy. Not that easy. We have evaluation bar, our helper, right?
Yeah, we have this, which is why knight c4 then becomes
also not the best. Not the best. Okay, but what then?
You found? Guys, white to play. I found the move.
Oh, really?
How does white play? Rudra Khatri. Beautiful. Ryan finds it. Jeez finds it.
Oh.
Beautiful move, guys, that you have found. Mohit Tiwari finds it. Rohan b4.
Yes.
What a move.
Yes, what a move. It's really very
Getting
nice.
Connected pawns.
Yes, I mean, this is very nice. Let's show our viewers. And then b5 is coming, and c6, the most important pawn is alive. Okay, now we understand why all this variation is not good. So just very concrete, right?
Very concrete.
Very concrete. Okay, then if this pawn is not working, let's check this take.
cd5, that's the best. By the way, more than 20-30 people finding this move b4. Great job, guys.
Yes, great.
And now cd5, I have a feeling maybe knight takes b5 here, because d4, fe4, it feels as if this pawn on d6 is a bit weak, but maybe knight c5.
Yes,
hitting
knight
this
c5,
pawn.
hitting the pawn. Exactly.
And maybe black is somehow holding here.
Yes. Move by move, but you're right.
So knight a3,
Knight a3.
We are looking at queen f3,
yes.
g takes, chop. No, sorry.
Not chop. Another chop.
This chop.
Yes.
Yeah, this chop.
Another chop.
And can I just somehow here play ab5 here, so that de4, fe4, somehow to get these connected pawns.
Do you want to play c4 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow, after d4, actually,
rook takes
I have
d6.
rook d6 as well, Lilith.
Yes. So lots of stuff to calculate, I agree.
And then knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
He has to calculate moves like rook c6, rook d8.
It's complex.
Complex endgame.
Oh,
Oh, by the way, rook a3, bam, on the
rook
board.
A3,
Guys,
yes, this was...
what a move.
What a move. What a move and what a game, right? Okay, very interesting.
You know, it's like if Arvind did not play these dynamic moves, he was
Yes.
just slowly getting completely cramped. But he found these only moves dynamic. Yeah.
Right? Yes. Okay, let's see. Rook b5. What else? If not rook takes
By the way,
b5.
result has happened.
Oh, we have results. Okay,
Sevian,
our Samuel drew.
and
Okay, so what happened?
Kollars.
After, now let's see. After king e7, my move.
Played.
Right? My move has been played, and not rook e1, by the way.
f5 played. And after h6, Sam offered a draw, which Kollars accepted.
Which Kollars accepted, yes, because he's securing fourth place.
Oh, securing third place.
Yes,
Okay, that's
why.
true. Yeah.
That's why actually.
So smart draw offer by Sam, because he was in some small trouble actually.
Yes.
After knight f3,
Yes.
White had gotten a nice structure there.
Yes, actually we see that Sam played a Pirc in order to complicate the situation, but Kollars was
like no complex.
Was very solid, like
so the
rock,
third
right?
place has been fixed. It goes to the German player Kollars Dmitri.
Congratulations, by the way.
Big congrats to Kollars. Let's come back to Arvind's game, because he finds this brilliant move, brillante move, rook a3.
Rook a3 has been played.
Yeah.
Okay, here, Raja, we discussed rook b5 move, right?
Yeah.
If not a rook takes b5, what else? Can I play I don't know. I was thinking queen b1 move. Because b4 is hanging, right?
Queen b1.
Yes, I want to bring my rook here.
Queen b1.
Let's check.
Yeah, let's check.
Not that great, but also not that bad.
Queen b1 looks very, very logical actually.
It's normal, right? Yeah. Because I want to play also on the next move, rook c1. This is my idea.
What should black do in this position? Knight a7 somehow is a move that comes to my mind.
Knight a7.
But yeah, it is a bit passive though.
It's a bit passive. Yes, it's a bit passive.
Can I have some tactical problems? Guys, queen b1, I was thinking knight a7. Is there any other move that you are considering for black?
Yes.
Do let me know.
Yes, because actually this can happen.
Yeah.
Actually this can happen, right?
Yes. People are rooting for Pragg, but so far Hovhannisyan has played amazingly well with the black pieces. Rook a8.
Yes.
Rook d8 is one suggestion here, which is possible actually. Very possible.
Yes.
If rook b5 to still go back queen a7.
Queen a7. Right.
Now setting up a big battery here.
Yes, actually possible. Yes.
And he's about
this
to make
is very
a move.
Complex.
Let's see. He's about to make a move.
Yes. So either rook takes b5 or
queen b1.
Queen b1 we are thinking, right?
And actually we had some suggestions after queen b1. Someone asked if e5 works.
Oh, honestly, I also thought about e5, but I think d5.
d5.
No,
not d5.
Maybe d5, knight takes b4.
No, just knight takes e5. No, just pick up the pawn.
And rook takes e5.
Yeah, just pick up the pawn, guys.
Yes,
That's not working.
That's not working.
Yeah, after queen b1, few other suggestions. Bishop a6 is one of them. But we don't want to bring this bishop away from this diagonal, guys. Right. And now rook c1. Big pressure here.
Right.
So rook a3. And this time situation is Hakobyan has 21 minutes for 22 moves. Arvind still having comfortable time situation with 43 minutes.
Exactly. And in Pragg and Robert's game, Robert is still thinking, right? Because after knight a3, actually this is...
he played move? Queen d2.
Queen d2 has been played.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also very logical.
Very logical. Just defending before pawn, right?
Yeah. Defending
and keeping
before
the pressure.
Also now wanting to play rook fc1.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Very tense game, by the way.
Yeah.
Although we say evaluation bar 0-0, but actually the position is very tense.
Yes. Today the position is very tense.
Very tense.
And it's so tense that he gets up from the chair just to release some tension there.
Right.
And Arvind is thinking.
But in this tournament, honestly, I don't like how Aram manages time, you know. he's almost every day he's in time trouble.
Yeah, not so good actually.
Not so good. Yes, not
Oh,
so
by
good.
the way, great recommendation by Ayush Ganguly. He says, can we go queen a7? I really like this move. Because if you take with the bishop, e4 pawn hangs.
E4 is
If you take with the rook, of course, bishop a6 is,
by the way,
tata
very
bye-bye.
nice. Yes,
Yeah.
by the way, very nice move. Queen a7, let's see. So,
if rook fc1,
yes, possible move.
and now maybe knight b4 business.
Oh,
Some business like this.
let's see.
But maybe queen b4, rook d3,
Rook
c7, and this pin is a bit unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
So after rook fc1, is there any other tactics in the position?
But
Rook
e5,
d3.
what in our chat they suggested we want to play this move, right?
Yeah, but it never works with the rooks on
the
c5.
rook here.
Yeah, I think we just need to maybe even consider moves like rook takes d3 here, queen takes d3. But the problem is, guys, that
there are not
no
tactics.
good disco.
Yes, there are not tactics. Okay.
Yeah, this is the position.
0-0 evaluation bar, but not easy at all. Complex position.
Yeah, very complex
Very
position.
Very complex, yes. By the way, I was thinking, if not rook fc1, can we include this h3 move also, just to have this luft? What do you think?
Yeah, h3 is a decent move actually.
h3, all right, just decent move also, right? Just we have h2 square for our king, and on the next move we will play. Also possible.
I will say one thing, that strategically white has an amazing position because the pawn on c7 is backward. White has amazing center. The only reason why black is holding on in this position, guys, is because of concrete tricks.
Dynamic, right?
And
dynamic tricks.
Yeah, and this is why if Aravindh at any moment forgets about these tricks and white manages to establish control over the position, white is much better.
Okay, by the way, very good point.
Yeah.
Very good point, Raja. So it means that Aravindh should really try to find tricks. Quick tricks. Move by move.
And by the way, Hovhannisyan has played e takes d5. This is happening.
Okay. C takes d5.
And Aravindh has played a takes b5.
Pragg.
Yeah, Pragg has played this.
Okay, this has been played. Okay. And we were thinking d takes e4, right? What else? Yeah.
It's the only move actually, no? Or what?
Knight c5 I was thinking also,
but
yes.
that's good for white somehow.
Because
after
rook takes d5.
Knight b3, and this pawn is backward. This pawn is great because this pawn is blocked by a beautiful knight on a3, which can jump here as well.
Okay, very, very nice. Okay. So it means that black wants to keep this weakness. But no other choice, right? Then we should play, as rook c8 move. Is it possible?
Rook c8? Which rook?
Which rook? Good question.
Rook a c8, I will play rook takes d5. If you take here, I will take here. This is a pin.
And if another rook?
And if you another rook, then simply that pawn will be hanging. After rook d5, rook c3.
Rook c3.
Rook takes d6. This knight is hanging.
Okay. And
if you take this pawn,
yes.
then I will go rook e3 maybe even in this position. And this pawn is just very strong.
Very strong. Okay, and your knight on a3 actually is blockading a pawn. Okay, very good. This we also understood. It means that this is the only move.
Yeah, d4 only move.
The only move. But why I say evaluation bar? That's why I'm a little bit confused, In this position, evaluation bar is 0-0. After d takes e4 is white is...
Let's see if the evaluation bar is tricking us. Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
There is a move here, guys.
There is a move, yes. But very difficult, actually.
This is very tough.
Very tough. Yes, I think Robert will go for d takes e4.
No, Ryan suggests knight f6, but Ryan, the best move is a4 here.
Yes, we checked.
Because after b4, somehow now, this position with the inclusion of this, maybe now rook c8 is the move. Yeah, hitting the pawn.
No, but this is tough. No, this is very tough. I think Robert will take the pawn on e4.
Because, right now, this is hanging, and knight c5 is an idea. a4 is tough, But Hovhannisyan,
It's
guys,
tough to spot that
is
move.
the Armenian champion and a great endgame player.
Yes.
Ayush says impossible to find, but I think it's possible for someone like Hovhannisyan.
Honestly, I'm not. If he finds all credits, right?
All credit to him, yeah.
All credit.
If he doesn't find, he's worse.
Yes.
Guys, this is the situation. Hovhannisyan has to find this move A4 in this
Again,
position.
dynamic, by the way.
Yeah.
Dynamic solution. Again, dynamic solution, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Robert is playing quite well in this tournament. I mean, just remember, first, just result is not good, right? But just quality of the games are quite high.
Very high quality.
The first game he should have won, you remember,
Yes.
against Xu.
Against Xu, yeah.
He lost a very unbelievable game against the Yakubboev.
Yes.
He played very well, but he lost only these 2 games, but in both games he was
having
winning.
good position.
Yes.
Yeah.
So actually, the quality is quite high from Robert.
Yeah. And here, let's see.
And if he finds also A4 move, Raja, it means that, okay, Robert, it's pity that he has only like -1 now, right?
Sakar says he will find A4. Pragg gets up from his chair. A4 is not an easy move to find.
Not easy move. Do you think Pragg spotted also?
Yeah, Pragg spotted it. Pragg spotted it for sure. Aravindh in this position has played E5. Wow.
This is crazy.
Wow.
This is crazy.
Guys, I was like, maybe we should just take a break to see what's happening, but we cannot, because E5, and Aravindh has made a break actually in the position.
Oof.
Because if knight E5, this is losing because knight takes E5, rook takes E5, and boom, bam. Knight takes D4, queen takes D4, hitting the bishop, hitting the rook, and black is winning. What a spot there by Aravindh, E5.
Okay. So if we were saying, Raja, if E5 is not possible in this position because rook is here, knight is here, right? How to play E5, but very concrete.
He found it. Actually, we were looking in queen B1, and there E5 was not possible because this was not a pin somehow. And here after knight E5, this is you can never take with the D pawn because this is a pin.
Right.
Because I think in the other line, if you see after queen B1, E5, this is bad because the F6, after knight E5 perhaps, knight takes, the F6 knight is hanging here.
Actually, you told us rook takes E5,
rook E5,
which was very, very good.
And now basically I don't have to take back your rook.
Maybe rook takes B5
and rook
also.
takes B5, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But now
this
E5,
is very
beautiful.
I mean, what a game.
If
Dynamic.
D5, that's the question.
Knight takes B4?
Knight B4, Lilith, amazing spot.
Oh!
Amazing spot. Queen takes B4, rook takes D3, rook takes B5.
Amazing. Amazing for Blake, right?
Amazing if you are Armenian supporter.
Okay, yes. So D5. Okay, let's see. Let's see which tactic is
Oh
coming
my
now.
God. Rook takes D3.
Okay, queen
takes, knight takes B4, followed by knight takes E4.
Oh, if queen 1 minute and if 1 minute. If queen C3, yes, knight takes C4. But okay, if queen, let me think, if queen E3.
Still knight takes E4, Lilith. I'm going to take this pawn.
Oh, yeah.
And then take this pawn.
Oh,
yeah.
This is tough. Oh, tactics are coming. What
tactics
is this,
are coming,
Raja?
guys. E5.
Oh, this is
Hakobyan is under big pressure now. I'm not even sure what's the best move.
What a play by... What a play, right?
And E5, and the rain also started somehow. It started raining here. Incredible.
No, Dermuk. So E5, let's see. So we see that knight E5 is a blunder.
Yeah, knight E5 blunder because chop, and rook takes D4 is a crazy
You found that, yes. D5 is also not good.
Not working.
Not
rook
working.
F7 is one suggestion. That's actually a great suggestion.
Right.
And bishop B5 is not working. because of knight takes E4.
Knight takes E4.
And it's a fork.
Yes, it's a fork.
So rook C1 only move.
Okay. And how about rook B5 move, Raja?
Rook B5?
Let's check this move also.
Same idea. Queen a7.
Queen a7.
Bishop a6 is coming next, hitting your bishop on d3. This bishop attacks here, and somehow just look at the position. Yeah, this rook hits this line, this knight hits this pawn. All of black's pieces are active.
Are very active. Okay, but let me continue. If I play, so bishop a6 is very annoying. If I play rook c5,
if you go rook c5 in this position, maybe I can take here. Do I have any other move? Oh yeah, bishop.
Maybe it takes d4, right?
Maybe it takes d4, but I have a feeling I don't want to allow this move e5. So let's think here.
Okay. Now, because e5 you have knight d7. I want rook fc1. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know what to do.
but very, very tense game, of course.
Yeah, this
but
is
I
not
would go
easy.
for this as white. Mr. Laput, okay, d5. Can we play d5 here?
d5, bishop a6. No?
d5,
Bishop a6 is coming.
knight c3. Tactics, tactics, tactics. Tactics are coming.
d5.
Okay, what is this?
My suggestion was bishop a6, knight c3, and just knight d4 maybe, Lilith, here. And just put pressure on white's position. If you go rook c5, I have knight b3
knight
business.
Knight b3.
And just, you know, somehow these pieces are hanging here.
Yes. Okay.
And we have people saying that crazy position.
Crazy, yes.
And
crazy. It's true. It's true. Very exciting game. I mean.
Also, we have a question. How does a GM calculate in a position like this? And that's a great question, Ayush Ganguly. And I think it's a lot about patterns. You know, like Arvind, for example, spotted that, you know, with my rook on d8 and rook on a3, I want to open the position up somehow. Because otherwise, what are my rooks doing here?
Right.
So he wants to get rid of this pawn on d4. And that's why he finds this move e5.
And before also, Raja, you mentioned very important thing that if black doesn't play dynamic, if white can stabilize the position, white will have big advantage.
If white gets rook c1 and h3, white is much better.
Much better because of excellent center
Yeah.
and backward pawn here. It means that black has to find some dynamic tricks, and actually he found.
Yeah, and almost 1,000 people watching here, guys. Very exciting
d5,
day.
Rook d3. If d5, there is rook d3. Raja found all these tactics.
Yeah, crazy tactics happening here.
Queen takes d3, knight takes b4, then knight takes e4. Everything is.
Yeah, boom bam is coming.
Queen c3, knight takes e4. d3, d5, rook takes d3, queen takes d3, knight takes b4.
Yeah.
Queen takes b5. Queen takes b5 actually
No, there is bishop a6 there, Lilith. Actually.
Bishop a6. Bishop a6, queen takes b6, c takes b6.
Yeah.
And rook is hanging, e2 is hanging.
Yeah, crazy tactics.
Crazy. But let's show this. This is actually very nice.
Yeah, so we were looking at d5, boom, bam, dishkyao,
yes,
queen takes b5, and the simple and calm move, bishop a6. Hitting your queen on b5.
And if queen
if
takes
you take
b6,
c takes, oopsie doopsie.
Yes, very nice,
Just
of course.
Move by move, black
move by move. And of course, Aram is thinking, is taking his time, and this is actually very...
13 minutes, guys, for Aram.
For this very complex position. Yes, actually, time was really issue for Aram in this tournament.
Yeah, time
and today also.
And now he has to make 22 moves. So
but I like rook b5, rook c5. You know, this is stable, right? This is safe.
Rook b5, queen a7, and rook c5.
Yeah. Yes, to play this position, you know. The material is even, so why not?
Yeah, somehow I like your suggestion here, Lilith.
For white, especially when we have we are so low on time, right? I mean, this looks not that crazy, at least.
Yeah, I think this should be played by white. and Aram is not able to make his decision. Did Hovhannisyan play a move? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Let's check
Xu, yeah,
Xu,
Xu
because
versus
here what we have.
want to
So,
get their camera.
sorry.
Yeah, here.
Yes. So we actually after c4, knight e5, c takes d5. We stopped here.
This happened.
This happened. Queen c2. Actually, this happened, and here knight e5 move.
He went here. Knight. He took the pawn. Rook e8 back. So he sacrificed a pawn.
Yes, this is actually pawn sacrifice.
Here, boom. Queen back. Queen c5, b6.
And let's understand what is going on here.
This reminds me of the game of Hakobyan versus Pragg.
Pragg, right?
With the pawn on a4, pawn on a3, bishop b2 ideas.
Right. But now you know maybe white will have time to play himself a3. And the a2 pawn will be,
Yeah, also this bishop is coming to f5 quickly. For sure, black is the one whom I would prefer here.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, as usual.
As usual.
As usual, you prefer initiative.
Yes.
I prefer material.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen. Let's concrete now. Queen is under attack. What can I do? Where I want to put my queen? This is the question.
Oh, Pragg made a mistake. Oh, sorry, Robert made a mistake.
Oh, what he played?
Robert made a mistake. We will go here. Oh my God.
Rook d8. Actually, this was my
Oh
suggestion
la
also,
la,
right?
Lilith. Oh la la. 0.8 for white now.
Oh. What we have here? We have this.
No. We just updated the bars because
okay.
now rook takes d5.
Okay.
And if rook takes c3, here rook takes d6, rook b3, and with this beautiful move, rook e3 gives white a big advantage.
Could you play instead of rook e3 also knight c4 or not?
I don't want to move my knight.
This is not good.
No, I don't. I have to go rook e3.
Okay.
And rook e3, fe3. Guys, white has this passed pawn. This knight on a3 blocks this one.
Okay.
King will come in quickly. f4
knight
break.
c5. Let's continue.
Knight c5.
Rook
but
d5.
Don't I have rook d... Maybe rook c6 actually. Followed by b6, b7.
Very concrete, right?
Yeah, guys, rook c8. Pragg has an advantage, big one actually. And Lilith, both actually Hakobyan and Robert are in big pressure right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's big pressure.
Let's see. So if rook takes d5, right? Again, what else black can do? Now, rook c3 actually is forced.
Yeah.
Rook c3 is forced because otherwise you will play c4.
Yeah.
So this, right. And if knight c5...
You might want a4 here.
Now a4. Okay.
But now b4, rook c3, rook e3. This is not so good for white somehow.
Somehow not the best.
Because maybe rook c8. And then rook c3 back.
Okay.
So a4 could be a tricky move.
Okay. It's getting colder.
It's getting cold here actually.
The games are very hot. but
here it's cold.
The weather is getting...
Please get a jacket, Lilith.
I will take my jacket. I am very sorry.
Yes, please.
Oof. Because actually I have our t-shirt, right?
Yeah.
Stepan
It's
Avagyan.
getting cold in here.
Yes.
So put on all your jackets.
But the games are very hot, right?
Games are hot. Yeah.
Okay.
A4, I think maybe is what Hovhannisyan wants in this position.
A4, okay.
And if
so
just
it
to
means
see if
that
rook
maybe
d6, AB3 to analyze this position just for a brief second. And maybe knight b1 back. No, that's too weak. So if I take b6, this is a draw. But this position is somehow winning for white.
Winning for white. But how? Okay.
Oh, wow. It's rook b1 here. Wow. If rook takes c3, b6, and if rook a8, rook c7 was my instinct, but that's not so good.
Rook c7 is a draw, actually.
So rook
a7. No. Okay.
This is winning for white.
This is winning for white. But how? We want to play rook c7, but if let's show our viewers, right? Let's show our viewers. If rook c7, why it's a draw? Because just black takes and plays rook c8, and we have to take on b3, and this is a draw. The same is with rook a7 actually.
He took on d5.
So he took on d5. Okay, if rook a7 is
he will just go rook b8 maybe. And b7 and just no progress somehow. So actually here the only winning move after rook a8 is rook d5, Lilith, to go rook b5.
Not really.
Not really.
Not really, Raja. Not really. Yes. Not really. Not that easy, right?
Oopsie. What is this position?
We have only some pieces, but we can't. We know the evaluation, but we can't find. This is so funny. Yes.
Tough position. B7 people are asking. What if B7?
Yes. Let's check. Let's check. B7.
Yeah, that's good. Rook B8 and what now?
And what now? This is the question.
And now rook D1. Okay. Maybe now rook d1, Lilith.
No, I want to play then king h7.
And now king h7 and black is actually surviving.
So there is not rook d8 check.
And now rook d1 is not working. King g2, what? That's...
King g2.
That's too tough.
But it's tough to play like this, you know.
But I mean, once the position comes, I think Pragg will find it.
Yes, but it's tough to go for this and to recognize that this is winning.
But this is happening. Rook d5 played. Rook d5 on the board.
Okay. Rook d5 has been played, so let's wait.
Yeah, rook d5 on the board.
Very excited, yes.
And Pragg actually is having good chances to win. Aram made his move also. He took the pawn on b5.
Yes, so this will happen, I think. Rook takes b5, queen a7, rook c5.
Yeah.
This will happen.
This is actually tense, but right now, I'm more excited about Pragg's game.
Let's see.
Because rook d5, what does Robert do here?
So let's understand, Raja. So either a4 or rook takes c3, right?
Yeah.
Two moves in the position because d6 is hanging, white is pawn up, white wants to play c4. So if rook c3, that position, rook takes d6, right? Rook takes b3, rook e3, white is better. I mean, we should play this and this. And actually here, what to do with this knight?
Not an easy question, Lilith.
Not an easy
He's about to make a move though.
I think he will take rook c3.
He's about to make a move.
Yes, I think he will go for rook takes c3, honestly. Let's see. Either rook c3 or a4, but I think he will go for rook takes c3.
Let's wait. Aram, on the other hand, is down to less than 10 minutes. Hovhannisyan and Praggnanandhaa's game, the clock situation is a bit more even here. 27 minutes for Pragg, 22 minutes for Robert.
And more moves, by the way. More moves are played.
Yeah.
More moves.
So they need to make 14 more moves to reach the time control, Lilith.
I mean, more moves than in Aram's game, right? They have only 19 moves.
Only just to see the cameras, actually. Very curious to see the cameras in the game of Arvind versus Aram. Yes, Arvind looks super focused here. And Aram a bit nervous with less than 10 minutes.
Yes, because of time. He's so nervous, of course. The position is very complex and he doesn't have time.
Guys, black is a pawn down. He has 5 pawns. And white actually has 6 pawns. But black's pieces are amazingly well. I mean, they're just very well coordinated. This knight hits this pawn. Ye ghoda is hitting this pawn. This rook. Everything is just working out for black somehow. So queen a7 is what I'm expecting, but he's thinking.
He's thinking.
Is he considering queen a6 here? Threatening knight e4.
Okay, let's see. So queen a6.
And rook d3.
Rook d3. Okay, very interesting. So you are threatening, you said knight e4.
Yeah. And this.
And this.
Yeah.
What a crazy stuff, by the way.
So maybe, Arvind is like, because my opponent has no time, he might go for this.
He might go. Because this is even, this is very tricky, actually.
And Arvind here thinking maybe we can have Pragg's board and Arvind's camera
Okay.
so that we don't
I'm
miss
thinking
anything.
what I can do as white, I'm really thinking. So knight e4, you said. But knight e4, okay. I can play queen c2, right? It's not that bad. And if I play some knight g3, you take knight takes d4, right? If I play knight g3, you take knight takes d4.
No, I take here, no? Queen d3 and just knight a7.
Oh, you have this also.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe I had something stronger as well. Maybe knight a7 immediately. No, this is not working because you have rook d5. But yeah, just simple rook d3 and knight a7 is just one solution.
Yes, knight g3, no. Knight g3 was not good. Okay, what else then?
Robert has made a move.
Okay.
Robert has made a move. He has gone for this variation.
I said, right? I said that he will take. And he will play rook d6.
Can he play here immediately? No, this is equal. Why? Takes. No, takes is equal. Even rook e3 is a challenging move.
Maybe rook c1 check.
And king g2?
King g2, and let's think here. Oh, can I play knight f6, knight h5?
Wow.
I don't know it's good or not.
That's
just
amazing.
Idea,
Lilith, awareness. Guys, Lilith's such a strong player here, showing us why knight f6, knight h5, knight f4, and black finds big counterplay.
And white king can be in trouble, actually. Okay, so no, he will go for rook takes d6 then.
Pragg has to find rook takes d6 in this position, actually.
Go. Okay, he has enough time. I think he will play that.
So let's see what will Pragg do here.
Okay, Aram played. No, Aram played, but Arvind didn't respond, right?
Yes.
We are waiting either queen a6 or queen a7.
Yeah.
But I think queen a6 is more tricky, Raja. Queen a6 is more tricky.
I also think so.
Yes. Okay, let's think. So if queen a6, let's white to move now. White to move. What can we do?
Knight c3 is one move that comes to mind.
Yes, I also
thought. But then e takes d4 and the rook again opens up. So this actually is a very tricky move.
Very tricky move, yes. That's why he's thinking, Of course, that's why he's thinking. So this is a threat, right? And a knight e4 maybe it's not that big a threat because I can play queen c2.
Yeah.
Right. So the biggest threat is rook d3, queen takes d3,
knight a7,
and knight a7. So guys, let's find something against this threat.
People are asking, can d5 be played here? d5, guys, again same problem.
Maybe
rook
the same,
d3,
right?
Queen d3, knight a7, and you're just getting
key.
skewered on this diagonal.
Then can I play rook d1 here?
Queen a6, rook d1.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a decent move. But you're holding on by a thread, Lilith. Somehow I feel knight e4 is hanging.
Yes, knight e4. I want queen c2.
Queen c2, but this position is just knight f2, e4 ideas are in the air. So many tactics. Knight d6 is possible.
I agree that there are tactics. But okay, what else? How to defend against rook d1? Rook
Queen
d3.
a6, yeah.
Has been played?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So let's find Raja. Maybe our chat will help also.
They are saying bishop c4, but guys, then e4, what? That's working.
What a nice move, by the way.
I don't know how they found it,
yes,
actually.
Knight how e4, you found it. And queen c2.
But then knight d6, no?
Yeah,
it's very unclear what's the best move after knight e4.
Now look evaluation bar. It's
equal.
It's equal.
Oh, by the way, rook d6 happened by Pragg.
Okay, this will happen. Rook d6, rook takes a... this I predict.
You predict this?
Rook b3, rook e3, I predict here.
Take.
And very important that the pawn is here, so f4, white covers f4 square, so the knight doesn't have black knight. Okay, this will happen. And now this is the critical moment. What to do with the knight? Raja. So we saw knight c5 was not great. This we discussed because of, you suggested first rook d5, which was not the best. But then you said rook c6, right?
Yes.
But we didn't understand why rook d5 is not that great. Because of what? I mean, white wins the pawn, right?
Maybe it's like some knight
Some
a4
counterplay.
stuff. And then rooks, like basically black is going to bring his rook in the game. That's
Yes,
the
it
problem.
means that black will get some counterplay.
Yeah. So,
This
but
is-
rook c6,
rook
you
c6.
stop the rook from coming in, and then you're pushing the b pawn. This looks very good.
This looks very good. Okay. Okay, then let's find another move. So if I play, okay, I don't have much choice here, right? If I play knight f8 or f6, I don't know. Which move, Raja?
Yeah, it's this is actually tough. Let's, after rook d6, let's wait because he has not made his move yet. Maybe he's not going to take this pawn on b3.
Okay.
And
Because of rook e3?
yeah, because of rook e3,
Okay.
Lakshmi Kanta says critical moment for
Yes.
Robert. Yes.
Exactly. Critical moment for Robert and for, okay, Arvind has, okay, let's check.
Queen a7.
a7. Queen a7.
Guys, I don't
okay.
know which game to stay at, but right now, actually,
Both games are very
very tense.
exciting and very tense, yes.
And Hakobyan having less than 8.5 minutes now, maybe we can just wait to see what Hakobyan will play, as Pragg has gotten an advantage there. And rook c5 was your suggestion, Lilith.
Yes.
Yeah. Time pressure coming for
Time
Hakobyan.
pressure,
Yes.
yes.
Exactly.
Exactly. Just
Aram.
very quick, maybe,
Yeah.
Raja, because we don't have still moves, right? Check Yakubboev also game. So what happened? So here he played after b6. Queen actually is under attack. Queen d6 and bishop e6. Okay, hitting the pawn and a3. Okay.
Yeah, I have a feeling this black is just very comfortable. So I have a feeling that this game will most likely end in a draw because white is a pawn up.
But
He
bishop
might play
c4
knight d4 at some point.
Okay.
Because when you take opposite colored bishops should be a draw.
Right. But now it's black to move.
Yeah.
How it's about bishop c4 move? This
Bishop
is
c4 possible, but I will go
not
rook
the
d1.
best. Okay.
And this is just equal somehow. So guys, this game between Yakubboev and Xu Xinagyu most likely going to end in a draw. But this, by the way, move played. Knight c5 blunder by my God.
Knight c5. What is this?
This is a big mistake by
This is a big mistake. Why?
Pragg's opponent.
But
Wow.
why?
Pragg is winning now.
But how?
Pragg
Let's
is just winning,
understand.
just rook e3 here.
I think
It's
rook
not good.
c6.
Rook c6.
I like this move.
And if rook b3? What now, Lilith? What will you play now?
Rook e3.
Rook
And
e3 you
it's
will
the
play
same.
now? No, it's not winning.
Because rook b1 check, right?
But can I just not play knight c4? No, that is a mistake. So let's think actually here rook c6 is the winning move. Just so everyone knows, here rook c6 is winning. After rook b3, there is a move for white. Let's try to find it.
I mean, not many moves, right?
Let's try to find it.
Oh, maybe rook c5, rook b1, but no, it can't be, right?
No way, Lilith. Do you really think so? You are right.
Rook b1. No,
Oh
but
my
this
God.
is no, but how to come to this?
And
you
now
know?
b6, b7.
This-
But actually, it's move by move. So he
by
can
move.
find it.
Oy,
It's
oy,
just
oy.
two moves.
No, it's
One,
not easy, Raja.
and
No,
after
it's
this,
not
just
easy to spot
boom.
that after rook b1 because the material is even, and just to spot that this is exactly winning. No, it's
Look at
not
Pragg.
easy.
Look at Pragg. He was like, 1 second. Is this not winning? He spotted it. When he looked like this, I think he realized something has gone wrong. He
But
has
he
spotted
doesn't
it.
drink his water.
Yeah,
Raja.
but he will after he makes his move.
He's not drinking now. Okay, very interesting. So let's go again. So rook c6.
Yes.
What are the move? So if rook e3, because this also looks quite good. Why rook e3 is not good? Because of rook c1 check or what? Or you take on b3?
Yeah, and this is a tough question, Lilith. Maybe here he will give a check.
Then king
here
g.
and knight,
knight
e6, knight
Oh,
f4.
again this knight e6. I mean, bringing the knight to f4, right? This is the idea. Okay.
Yeah, people are saying Pragg needs to find rook c6 here and he's about to make a move. I have a feeling because he cannot allow knight e6, so rook c6 will be played. Maybe we should drink some water, Lilith, actually. Just get hydrated. Here.
Okay.
You want some water?
No, thank you. I don't want. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what will happen. Okay, so now black wants to play knight e6, knight f4 and get counterplay. That's why actually rook c6 is up. But okay, to spot that this endgame is winning.
But if you think about it, Lilith, actually, it's straightforward. I want b6, b7 and just, it's, if you think about it, it's not that insane. Like, what will you play?
Let me think.
Yeah, now I just go b6.
This, okay.
You have to go back with your rook, and now I just go here and I simply pick up my pawn. I mean, it's not that difficult.
But you think this is so easy to win if I play rook d7?
Yeah, now just rook behind the pass pawn. No, this is easily won.
And how? Okay.
Or actually here, I might even have rook a8. It's just winning on the spot.
Yes, rook a8.
So you cannot move your rook. If you play f6, rook c5, rook c7 next. And this is easily winning.
This is easily winning. Okay. Yes, okay.
So guys,
but it's very concrete, right?
This is the live position. Knight c5 was a mistake because of this line that we just analyzed, starting with rook to c6, pinning this knight and rook.
Maybe the only way, right? Raja.
And guys, you are asking why is rook b1 so important? Because in rook endgames, the rook should always be behind the passed pawn, whether you are attacking or defending. And that's why rook to b1, stopping black from going rook b3. By the way, a4 is a good question here, but then b6, rook b3, chop, chop, b7, rook b8, rook c8 check, king h7, rook takes b8, b2. It might feel like black is queening, but here rook h8 check. And queen next.
Winning. Yes, exactly. But what a nice variation, right?
Yeah.
Very nice variation. Just the question whether Pragg will find it or not.
He will for sure.
This is the only question, right? Now,
will
he find or not?
He is in the best shape right now of his life, Lilith. He will find it.
Okay, let's wait. Let's wait and see. What is... Okay, Hakobyan actually played rook c5.
Yeah.
But you know what I don't like? That, he takes so much time, Aram.
Yeah.
So much time, right? Yeah.
And he is actually in some time pressure, but the position is actually quite decent for Aram.
For Aram, but just time he's low on time, and position is very complex.
But position can go either way. Pragg, I'm actually very curious if he will find this, because if he wins this game, he might just, win this tournament by half a point. He's on 5.5 out of 8, guys, +3. If he wins this game, he moves his rating to 2773, if I'm not wrong. That's just crazy.
Crazy. I agree. So let's wait. Let's wait and see whether Pragg will find.
Yeah. Yes, Jay Agrawal says that's why a4 was an important move. Exactly, because the rook would attack the knight.
Yes. But it was very difficult to spot.
It was tough.
It was tough, yes. It was very tough.
Himank asked, guys, if both Arvind and Pragg win, will there be playoffs? Himank, no playoffs in this tournament. It will be decided by the tie breaks, the Sonberger, which obviously depends on other results as well.
Yes, so that's why we don't know yet.
We don't know yet, but Himank, I'm going to be honest, I have a feeling that Pragg will win outright.
So if he wins, he will win.
Yeah.
Okay, the tournament. Okay, Raja. So let's see. Big moment, Raja.
Yes, absolutely, Lilith. Yes, 15 minutes here for 13 moves. But all he needs to do here, Pragg, is just go rook c6 and
recognize that after rook b1, b pawn is unstoppable. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We are waiting. We are looking at the camera, right? To see whether Pragg calculated all this stuff or not.
Yeah.
Of course, for us, it's very easy, right, Raja? Because we have evaluation bar. We have such a helper.
Yes, I mean without evaluation bar it would be
No,
very difficult.
Very difficult. No.
And he's about to make a move, he's about to touch the rook. Rook c6.
Rook c6 has been played.
What
Rook
a
c6
tournament,
has
you know.
been
And guys,
played.
it's
And let's see what Robert.
and he gets up from his chair and just, you know, takes a walk. I think he realizes that this position is winning for him. Wow. Praggnanandhaa, guys, in this tournament has been sensational.
Yes,
Actually,
he played actually very well.
very
Yes,
well.
very well.
Lilith, you know, many players were talking about the tournament happening in Norway, lot of drama happening here. But actually, this tournament has been no less, where Arvind and Pragg have just steamrolled the field.
Right.
+3, and if
Plus-
Pragg wins this,
+4. Yes, yes.
That's just crazy.
Amazing result and amazing play
By
by both of them.
Yeah.
By both of them, yes. So Indians are shining in Armenia. Last year
Arjun won, yes.
Arjun won like I think
Beast.
+4 or even
Yeah.
+5 even, you know.
And in the last
Yes.
round, he played the center counter, Scandinavian opening actually,
Oh, you remember?
against Petrosian Manuel.
And he won?
And he got a big advantage from the opening.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yes,
can show
don't
you the game
remember.
actually. What happened in this e4, d5, Arjun was black, ed5, queen d5, knight c3, queen d6, d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, g3, bishop g7, bishop g2. Mistake because queen a6.
Oh.
If I'm not wrong, something like this was the game, and Arjun had gotten an advantage, and Arjun drew that game actually, and he
But
won the tournament.
He scored the +4 or +5. Can you remember?
That I'm not remember.
I remember that he scored. Very very well.
Yeah.
Either +4 or +5.
Yeah, big result there. I remember for Arjun. By the way, Pragg, Arjun, and Arvind are the 3 Indians who are going to go to Uz Cup next after this, which will happen in 10 days.
10 days.
On
Okay.
18th of June, there is Nepomniachtchi, there is Abdusattorov, there is Yakubboev, one of the strongest tournaments that will happen in Uzbekistan, starting on 18th of June.
Okay, so we will follow the tournament also, right?
Yeah, of course.
But you will not commentate.
I am not commentating actually, Lilith, because guys, I am going to Dallas after this for a chess camp from 9th June to 11th June. And there is a tournament called Universal Chess Open from 12th to 15th. So if you are in Dallas, then you can see me there.
And actually, after that, you are going to play yourself.
Yes, I will play myself.
And we will root for you, right?
Thanks a lot, Lilith. Thanks a lot. By the way, Rook c6, this only move found by Pragg, and he's winning now.
Yes. Oi, and let's check Hakobyan's clock. I'm really...
Oh la la.
what is he doing, you know? What is he
d7,
doing?
guys, let's bring this game. Pragg is
Yes.
winning. But now the emphasis should also go on Arvind's game, who is also leading.
Yes. So knight d7, Aram is taking lots of time, you know?
Oh my God, less than 4 minutes, Lilith. I am getting nervous for Hakobyan.
Yes. Yes, because of the time, right? So, okay, let's understand what is going on here. Right, so the rook is under attack.
Yeah.
We should move the rook, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is my question for you. Because...
Very tough question. Lilith, you ask me such tough questions. I am not sure where the rook should go.
You're a bit relaxed. I wanted
I'm not sure here.
Okay, so rook, let me think.
Rook d5 is a suggestion.
Rook d5.
Yeah.
But I want to play rook c2 more solid. I don't know. So our chat is saying rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5 is one suggestion.
d5. Okay. Actually,
that's a great move.
Great move.
But it feels risky because it feels like you're coming on this diagonal.
Right. Honestly, I'm a little bit afraid to play this. And if with time trouble we want to play safer and we play rook c2, mistake.
That's some tactic. I have a feeling some tactic.
Some tactic, but how?
Yeah, rook d3. Queen d3, knight takes b4, and for the minimum, black equalizes, yeah, with this tactic.
Okay.
There is something better also actually for black.
Yes, but what?
Maybe, let me try to think if I can find it.
Yes, we see evaluation
Maybe just
bar,
e
right?
takes d4.
Okay, just simple
Yeah,
chess.
simple chess. Knight e5 is coming next.
Okay.
Guys, 2 minutes for Aram. Let's stick to this position.
That's why actually rook d5 is the best
He
move.
played it.
He played it.
He played it.
Bravo, Aram.
Aram
Actually, he plays very well. Only time management is terrible.
is a problem. Yeah.
Is a problem. Yes. Yes.
So rook d5 and now Arvind having 20 minutes.
Actually, yesterday also Aram played. You remember, right? Very
Good defense.
Yes, very good defense. Exactly. No, he's in a good form. Only time management it's a really problem. Yeah.
And here people, just for you guys know, 19 more moves for Hakobyan to make until he reaches the time control, which means he will need to really pick up his pace right now. What to do with black here? Can he go rook a2? It's possible. What else can black do?
What is e takes d4? Let's check this move.
d4,
which is not the best, but
maybe
why?
Knight b takes d4 and simply just take back with the rook is actually winning.
It's actually winning. Okay.
So here rook a2 is a good move for Arvind.
But what a complex position, right?
Yeah, very complex position here.
Very complex actually.
And almost 1600, 1700 people watching this. Guys, do like the stream because we are witnessing the final few moments of this tournament.
Yes, exactly.
And we had so much fun here, such exciting games. We had, just for everyone to joining in who has joined for the first time, amazing player and commentator Lilith Mekarchian from Armenia, who is an international master and woman grandmaster. So it's great.
It's great pleasure.
Yeah, it's amazing.
To be here, right?
With these players, this tournament organization, amazing. Rook d5, Arvind and Pragg, the heroes of this event, are putting pressure on their opponents.
Alright, there is rook d3 move or not? What do you think?
Rook d3 is a possibility. Queen d3.
Yes, and I want to take on b4.
Knight b4.
Yes, exactly. This is working.
Rook takes d7. Because if rook takes d7, I have queen b5 winning the game. And this is insane because knight d3, rook d8, king h7. And this can happen.
This can happen, yes. Actually, the material is even.
Material is even. White has basically 2 rooks for a queen. So he's slightly up because 2 rooks is 10 points. As they say, rook is worth 5 points, queen is worth 9 points. So 2 rooks slightly advantageous, but this bishop compensates, hitting this pawn on e4. So rook d5, and here he's thinking.
Would you go for rook d3, Raja?
I will go for in this position rook a2.
You would go for queen rook a2. So you want to keep the tension, right? This is your idea.
Yes.
This is your point.
Yeah.
You want to play rook a2 and keep more pieces, right, on the board, because if here actually we see that this Aram has very little time. If rook d3, the moves are very easy for Aram.
Very easy for forced moves basically.
For every so he will blitz out all these
rook
moves.
D7
and he will get
also
time.
Only move.
Yes, rook d7 also only move. By the way, why only move?
I mean, if you go queen b3, black is just simply better here. He will take, and now these pawns are weak. He can E4, consider right? E4 in this position.
E4
knight
and then
B6.
And D5. Okay. And D5 will fall. Okay.
What? Arvind just gets up on his move because look at this. He checks what's happening in Pragg's game. Wow. What a moment there that we just saw.
Really?
Yes.
This was unbelievable.
What a moment, because I don't know if Aram offered a draw or what happened, because Arvind is like, let me check what's happening in Pragg's game because they want to win the tournament. What a moment.
Oh, yes. And you spotted it immediately.
Yes,
right?
I understood.
You are so sharp at everything, right?
So Arvind wants to see what's happening there to make a decision here. And look at Arvind, he's closing his eyes there.
Because I think he's thinking if rook d3 it will be draw, that's why.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Would you go for rook d3 or rook a2? You
I said rook a2.
Rook a2, right? Because of time. Okay, rook a2. Let's continue. Okay, alright. You play rook a2. If I play queen c3.
Queen c3, maybe you have
Maybe
to
you
go
should
back
rook
rook a3. Yeah.
a3. I think that's why actually he was, he was checking, right? Because he can make a
Yeah,
draw.
look at these two friends. Yeah, Aravindh and Pragg. Let's look
Yes,
at Pragg
two
because he
good
looked at
friends.
this position.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I think Aravindh realized that
But
Pragg
do
is
you-
winning.
He spotted it
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah. I mean, these players, you know, from the body language, from the position, I think Aravindh realized that Pragg is winning this.
Pragg is winning.
Yeah.
Okay. What a moment, right, Roger?
Yes, that was beautiful actually. We should clip that moment
Yes.
because Aravindh was checking what's happening in his friend's game Pragg, who is actually winning. Rook b8
Rook
played.
b8 has been played. Okay. Rook b8 has been played. Now white to move.
Now again question.
Again question.
What to do? What
We
to
see
do here?
evaluation bar, right? Maybe rook e3. How about rook e3 move? Do you like this or not that much?
I was thinking about b6 to be honest with you. To be honest with you, my move was b6 here, Lilith. And if rook b3, rook c5, rook a3, we transpose in this line with rook b1.
Okay.
But
Very
b6,
good.
I think you have some trick here. Maybe a4 you can play.
Not really.
A4, B4.
B4,
So,
A4, B4. Let's think here. According to evaluation bar,
knight-
knight e4.
yeah, exactly.
Knight takes e4. Oh,
And black is holding.
black is holding.
So rook b8 is a tricky move.
Tricky move. Okay. So b6 is not
The
great.
best.
How about knight b1 move?
What a move.
But then rook c2. And what then? But then it's this pin.
Pin, yeah. So knight b1. Let's look at this move, Lilith. Very interesting.
But rook c2.
Rook c2.
Yes.
And now just b6.
Possible,
Actually
not
now,
the best.
let's think maybe rook d1. Because now if you take the pawn on b5, knight a3 is a fork.
Ah, okay.
And somehow it's very hard for black to make moves. But rook b8 is a great defensive move.
Yes, it's a great move actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's understand, Raja. As black now, you want to take the pawn.
Yes.
So it means that white should play either rook e3 because rook b3, rook a3. This is the and b6 is not good because of knight e4. Of course,
you won't blunder this.
He will not blunder.
If rook e3, can we check if this is winning? It's not winning.
Even it's bad.
It's bad.
But why? If you understand this,
it's
would
bad
be good.
because
Rook c1 check.
King
King
c1 check,
g2,
King g2, and rook a1 maybe. No,
knight
rook a1
c2,
is bad,
knight
yeah.
c2 because if rook a1, knight c2.
Oh my God! Knight takes b3.
Oh,
Wow!
oh,
Wow!
oh!
If
This
rook
is
takes
nice.
b3, rook takes c6,
and
and
it's
there is a
pin.
pin.
Okay,
So rook
this
b8
was
is tricky. I'm very curious to just check if there is just one winning move. Yeah, maybe you're right, Lilith.
Okay.
Only one big one move which gives white a winning advantage, knight to b1.
Okay. Knight to b1. Okay, rook c2, right? And here rook d1.
And rook d1.
By the way, the only move, because if some move, rook takes b. Rook takes b5. If I play king g2, just I'm very.
Then knight d3, and you just this oopsie doopsie.
Okay.
So
that's why rook d1 is important.
Important to stop knight d3. And guess what, guys? I don't know what to say about this guy. He has played it.
Knight b1 has been played.
He has been played, guys. You have to like this stream, guys. What is just Pragg is on next level here. Just support Pragg and this tournament happening here by liking the stream, so more people can follow the final moments of Pragg winning this game.
Okay, rook c2 the only move.
Yeah.
And now the question whether Pragg will
played
find,
rook c2.
Yes, of course. And now rook d1, right?
Rook d1 is the move. Rook c2. Let's see if he blitzes out rook d1. If there is one player in the world who is like one of the best grinders and can find these moves quickly, it's Pragg. In a recent interview, Hikaru Nakamura, after defeating Arjun, said that when it comes to talent, pure chess talent, Praggnanandhaa is just one of the best.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, he said like this.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
And he's about to make a move. He's about to make a move,
wait.
guys. Let's see
Let's
if
see.
Rook d1 is found. What a moment here. Rook d1 is the key move, stopping knight d3. Pragg here taking his time, but knows. Oh my.
Rook d1 has been played. Rook d1 he found. What a talent, right?
What a beast,
What
Lilith.
a beast, yes. What a beast. What a talent, yes.
Wow.
Great play by Pragg. Great play, right?
No,
You are speechless.
I'm just
You
astonished.
are speechless.
I'm astonished.
I can see that
Yeah.
you don't know what to
What
say.
to say actually, because
Raja,
this
yes.
is so tough.
Yes, this is not easy at all.
It's too tough actually.
Yes, too tough. I agree.
Like, if someone gave me this puzzle like 5-6 moves back and said that the only sequence of moves is rook c6, knight b1 and rook d1, I would be like, okay, good luck finding it.
Right.
Wow.
But, yes,
This
but
guy-
it's not. These words are not for Pragg,
Yeah,
right?
it's not for me. It's not me playing. It's Pragg playing, and Pragg is known to be one of the best endgame grinders. And we are seeing just why, Lilith.
Yes, this is amazing. Of course, this is what he's doing. It's just amazing. Of course.
Yeah. Oh, what happened? Some moves in. Okay, so Pragg found this move rook d1, but Arvind's game has some moves.
What is
And
this?
rook d5, guys, I will tell you the reason why Arvind played this move knight e7, because he saw that Pragg is completely winning and he has to take risks.
He wants to.
Yes. And that's why he goes knight e7. It's not a mistake. It's Arvind trying to play aggressively to win.
He wants to because of time.
Yeah.
Aram is in a big time trouble. That's why actually
A lot of moves. Let's go.
Yeah,
Knight
let's
e7, rook a5, chop, ed4, a6 played. And guys, this game is also actually very exciting.
What is this? Okay, let's understand, Raja. Let's understand. If takes. What is
What,
this?
you take my pawn?
Yes,
You're
I
so
take.
brave.
Yes.
Rook a1.
Let's see.
You are
Okay.
very brave, Lilith.
Yes, I wanted to play some knight c5.
Yeah, you should play knight c5 actually.
Mm-hmm.
And bishop a6,
Knight takes.
knight a6,
And if queen a5?
queen a5, and now maybe I can just go rook d3.
d3 I thought. Yes, d3.
And this is somehow equal. Let's see after a6 if he takes the pawn or goes back bishop a8, because bishop a6 somehow seems to be exchanging a lot of pieces. And look at Aram there. He's shaking his leg. He is nervous.
Yes, he's very, okay, he took. I think it will be draw.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop a6.
Bishop takes a6. Only, okay.
Rook a1.
Okay, 2 minutes for Aram.
Rook a1, knight c5, only move. Yeah, Pragg OP says everyone. They just cannot believe how he has found one good move after the other. Arvind also, guys, to give him credit, has played amazingly well in this event. And somehow it feels like he might not be able to win, as Aram is down to 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Only clock actually can be an issue.
Yeah.
But the position is simplifying, so it will be easier for Aram.
Exactly.
To find.
This is the final day here, guys. 9th round. Praggnanandhaa, if he wins this game, he is going to become the winner of this tournament.
With amazing result.
With +4, lot of GP points to his credit. $8,200 is the first prize. Some cash prize here as well. But most importantly, he gets that GP points that will, give him a great chance to qualify for candidates.
Exactly. And actually, great play from great play by Pragg also.
Pragg, of course.
Yes, and Raja, by the way, he was not in any trouble in any game, right? This is
trouble.
Amazing,
trouble,
right? Like excellent opening preparation also. Yes,
actually, we should have actually gotten Vaibhav actually to join us at some point. I will message him right now if he wants to join us, because he has been helping Praggnanandhaa in this event, and it would be great if we can have him join us.
Yes.
Because
let's very quick, because we haven't checked for a long time. Yakubboev Xu game. What happened here? So actually this has happened. Look, Raja, we were discussing bishop c4, rook d1, okay, bishop e2, rook d5, okay,
Bishop c4 back.
And no rook d1.
No rook d1, rook d2. Yakubboev wants to play. Bishop takes pawn, h4, rook c8, queen g3, queen f6, and rook d6 played. This is the live position.
Also complex.
Complex.
Complex,
White
right?
is slightly better, but I have a feeling black will have no problems to hold. I think right now we need to actually stick to this game.
Let's go.
Because rook d6 played, and this is the key game here. Aravindh gets up again to check Pragg's game.
Yes, rook d6. Actually, you noticed, right, Raja? Not knight a6, but rook d6 he played. You see,
wow.
Right? Yes. By the way, this moment.
What?
Not knight takes a6, but rook d6.
What a moment there, Lilith.
What is going on here? Okay, and if I take the pawn?
If you take the pawn, again, you have to be careful. Some knight b3 ideas, not sure if they work, but it exists. He took, by the way, knight d4 has happened.
Okay, this has happened. Okay, this is...
Pragg blunders. What? People are saying Pragg blunders. No, guys, don't say this. He has not blundered.
Rook d1, king h7 and b6. Okay, this has been played. Let's check.
Guys, he found the best move, yaar. Why are you saying he blundered? He's playing so well in this event. And why are you saying he's playing amazing? Guys, no, he's winning. So let us focus here. Where this is key actually, because if Aravindh wins and Pragg both win, then who knows what will happen?
Right, we don't know. Yes, we should wait.
We should wait.
But honestly, I think Aravindh will not win.
Let's see. Let's see.
Okay. Because it's it's not that complex position, and Aram can manage.
1 minute
okay,
for him.
1 minute, but not that complex.
This pawn is hanging. Your back rank is weak. I'm not sure, Lilith. Queen takes a6 here.
Okay, let me think. So
let's just wait actually, because 1.5 minutes for Hakobyan.
Okay, I agree. So we are looking at camera right now, right?
Yes, we are looking at camera because Aram comes down to just no time.
Okay.
And
but
guys,
I want to think also.
We can try to make some arrows maybe, because
if queen e3.
Queen e3, then queen a1 check. You're losing a pawn. Queen e1, queen e3, queen a1. You see, it's not easy.
I was thinking knight e1. Then.
Yeah, but then knight d3. Big pressure.
I agree. No, I agree that this I don't want. Honestly, Raja, queen e1, I thought you will play queen d3. That's why queen e1, queen d3, right? Then you play queen d3 maybe. No? Or not? What do you? Queen d3, okay, e5 is possible.
Yeah, e5 is...
Okay, e5 is possible.
And you just look at Aram. He's shaking his leg like he's so nervous.
Of course he's nervous.
Yeah, what move to make? Even I am shaking looking at Aram. What to do?
Okay, I play queen e1. What do you do?
It's possible.
Queen d3?
Yeah.
e5. And what? Yeah. Okay, but engine doesn't like this. Why?
20 seconds. What will he play?
Oh, Aram.
What will he play? 10, 9. Aram has to make a move. 8. Oh my God.
Yes.
Queen, knight c2 with 3 seconds on 1 second.
Okay.
This is super tense.
Yes,
this is unreally tense.
Knight c2. Okay. What is this? If knight takes c4, queen d8 check, right? So the pawn is not, the idea is knight takes e4 is not working because queen d8. So let's show to our viewers this. Actually, this is working. Queen d8, king h7, right? Queen is...
God, queen e7, queen e2.
Why it's working? So queen
because
e2.
the c5 square is controlled by this knight on e4. Queen takes f2 is coming, but this is, even after you explained it, I don't understand.
Okay, but okay. Yes, what can I do as white now?
Yeah.
Again, you see, today also we see back rank issues.
Back rank issues.
Every day, right? Yeah, we have this.
So knight c2, and your recommendation here was to just take the pawn.
I wanted to check why knight.
And it's working.
You know the funny thing, I wanted to show our viewers why
Why it's
knight
not
e4 is
working.
not working, but we say evaluation bar that it's working.
The
It's so
wrong road
crazy.
taking us to the right destination. Arvind, look at him. He's also a bit
But
nervous.
he's too nervous, I think, right? He's
Both.
too stressed. He's too nervous.
And they're saying, just to quickly check this game, +5.
Oh, what happened? So let's see.
So
B6,
B6, F6, King G2, King G6,
and +5.
+5.
But why?
Rook D5, Knight D3 is there. So what's the move?
So let's show this very nice tactic, by the way.
Yeah.
Rook D5,
Knight-
Knight D3 from Raja. If Rook C2, Raja's idea is Knight E1 check, although here also White has big advantage because actually White is pawn up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is
okay,
not the
but it's
best.
not...
What's the winning move? Maybe King G3 simply, Lilith. No, that's
Knight E4.
Oh, Knight E4 is
Don't
a trick.
blunder.
Okay.
Don't blunder. Okay, let's see what...
Knight A3.
Knight A3 is a
You
move
go Rook
also.
C3.
Some Knight B5.
Oh, by the way, Queen E4 happened. This has happened in the game.
Knight E4 has
And he has
happened.
sacrificed a piece.
Oh.
He has sacrificed a piece.
So this has happened. Okay.
This has happened, and actually, just 1 second, Lilith, because we might have Vaibhav who might join us. Just one second.
Okay, that would be very nice from him. Yes. Okay, let's see what is going on here. Okay, this game, right? White to move and win. How to win this position? So if Rook D5, Knight D3 was very strong. If King G3, this is a blunder. So what else can White do here? Let's see. Let's find, guys. What can we do? Rook D6. This is a move or not? Not really. Rook D6. I wanted just to defend this rook somehow, but it's not great. But which idea is win? Okay, Knight A3. Actually, we thought about this, right? Knight A3 has been played. Oh,
Guys, you cannot believe who we have with us. I'm not going
Why
to,
they can't believe?
because you're still playing.
Yes, we are still.
You're still playing. Can we actually just mic him?
Yes. Of
Guys,
course,
we have
of course.
Pragg, Pragg, you are still playing, but of course you are completely winning. What a result, Pragg.
Yes, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
For the great result and for
Yeah.
the great play.
Yeah, we'll just take this. Pragg, please join us. Actually, Vaibhav, if you can join us also, it will be
Yes,
amazing.
Please.
There is one more mic.
Now, I think it will be possible to hear. Yeah.
You need to be loud.
Yeah. So we can all be in the frame. Pragg, firstly, congrats. What
Thank you.
a game. I mean, I think after what happened here actually, Knight A3.
But it's just over. Yeah, like you went Rook A2,
Yeah, Rook A2.
Rook C3 also Knight C4, Rook A2 Knight C4, Knight B3, Knight E5, King H7, Knight D7, Rook B7. There's like so many ways to win here, but I found the easiest one. Rook C7. Takes Rook C2, Knight F8, Rook D8.
And Knight F8 check. Wow. King G8, Rook D8. What a win. And Rook C7, there's Knight C7, Knight E6, sorry. And you're winning. What a taunt. Can you actually, before we go, can we just quickly check this game? What are your thoughts, by the way, after this win? How do you feel about this tournament?
Yeah, it was a good tournament for me, but I still missed this one chance in the second round.
Come on, man. You are.
I mean, I could have probably. Now I think it'll be a tied. I don't know what are the tie breaks, but I mean, it'll just be tied. So.
Oh, actually, this game is going on. Yeah, this game is going on. What are your thoughts about actually very important game here? Because if Arvind wins, there is no playoffs, but you will have equal points, and then it will be on the tiebreakers. Yeah, not sure.
I think the tiebreak is number of black. So
really?
should be,
The first.
But it's Berger, something like this.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
So, but this actually seems like Arvind is also winning here because he's a pawn up. Do you think Aram has some chances to hold?
No, I mean, this is delay, yeah, so I know what position happened.
Okay.
So I think it's just lost.
So you think
it's just over, I think. What
Wow.
position they had.
So
Like some knight end game, and black pawn is around like c3. And,
Oh, okay. So,
and he's also losing another pawn, so it's just over.
wow. So actually, you and Arvind both are going to finish with +4. And I think with this win, you are like, I don't think if you're following, but I think 27-73 as well, or something like this. Are you following this rating?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, this 1-2 points doesn't really matter so much, yeah. Yeah, it's just about like tournaments, and yeah, I'm happy that I played well here. Yeah, still it could have been +5, but I mean, in saying that, if I had probably won that game, I wouldn't have taken so much chances against Yakubboev. So it should be like, yeah, it should be +4. +4 is like okay.
I mean, amazing result. And actually, we also have Vaibhav Suri, Grandmaster, who was helping you in this tournament. Pragg, Vaibhav, how was your experience here?
As long as he wins, I think the experience is perfect. So, yeah, I think I was extremely impressed, particularly with the Yakubboev's win, because this Queen
endgame.
Endgame was insanely hard, and just the iron will he has to keep pushing is.
Yeah, your voice is low.
You can take my mic. No, Pragg, you should have
the
mic.
You keep
Okay.
Yeah.
I speak here. Yeah. No, that Yakubboev's game I think was a very critical turning point because of the missed win in the second round, which I think still haunts him a little bit. But no, overall I think it's such a fantastic result overall, and the field is such that like even though Pragg and Arvind are like slightly higher rated than the others, there's no easy game here, and everyone's really fighting there all. So still scoring a +4 by both Arvind and Pragg. Most likely Arvind wins, I think. So scoring a +4 is a massive, massive result in this field. And
actually,
yeah, I mean,
also
kudos
from the
to them.
openings, actually he got such interesting ideas. You were always up on the clock, and I think that definitely gave you an advantage, right, in the game.
Yeah, for sure. The credit goes to Vaibhav. He has been working hard, and I think we are seeing the results. Like in Bucharest and here, like most of the games, I was very well prepared and getting good time advantage out of the opening. Also good positions, and yeah, I think this is like the second tournament he's traveling with me, and we're
And
already
2 wins, 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
Like here maybe not clear first,
but okay, tied.
Yeah, amazing.
So, yeah, it's working out so far.
And will you also say this, Pragg, that because Arvind was also winning, did that motivate you to take more risks in somehow in your games?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main game was the Yakubboev game, like which I needed to take risk because at that point he was already +2, so I had to win that game to keep up. And yeah, I'm also happy for Aravindh because like I've seen him for like I've known him for like last 11 years, so yeah, it's amazing what he's showing in the last 1 year, and yeah, I'm very happy for him. And yeah, it's just very good for Indian chess. Yeah, we have like 4 Indians in top 10.
So. It's amazing actually.
And that too consecutive, right? 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6.
And Arvind also catching up.
Yeah, so. He's winning another game. Any questions, guys? Everyone is just saying Pragg OP, Arvind OP. Yeah. And you will get also a lot of GP points actually after this result of yours, because I'm not sure what happens if it's shared, but you will at least get the joint shared GP points, which will
FIDE circuit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm tying in every tournament to win. That's actually not good, because yeah, you get like less FIDE circuit, but yeah, I think winning is already big thing. So
actually, and here just I think G4 was played, but it should be over, somehow.
Yeah, I know what he played now.
So Queen E3 check and knight.
No, then you allow some checks. Even knight D5.
The point is knight G4, Queen C4, right?
Knight takes G4.
But why Queen G4?
Queen takes G4, and somehow this Queen endgame might be a draw.
Yeah.
No, but I don't understand. Even C3 should just be winning, yeah?
Yeah, because this check is controlled. So Arvind is completely winning.
But even knight D5, okay. I mean,
knight D5 was played, and knight F4 is coming.
Doing the spoilers, but I think it's fine. Okay, knight D5 is on the board. Okay, I mean the position I saw was like queen f5 takes on c3.
Okay, so this. Oh, and this maybe he's just.
No, it's just over. Yeah, knight
Completely
d3. I mean, at least knight e3 is there.
Yeah, knight
And
e.
you get the second pawn.
Yeah, you just get the second pawn. It's just science.
And then this is winning. So Arvind,
Maybe there is also something else than knight e3.
I was thinking c2 to
But like
threaten
king
this.
g3 should be winning. Yeah, but
Maybe-
knight e3 is like simplest, I think.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
just
true.
get the second pawn and then just resigns.
So
basically.
takes c3 and knight d3, knight e3 is easy way to win. Actually, could you show us your game, Pragg?
Yeah, I'm also curious what happened.
Because
I have no idea.
we are very excited to see your game. We have Arvind's camera here if there are any updates.
Yeah, so wait, where is it's here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, by the way, this h3 move actually, we were a bit curious. What is this like? Because castles and knight d4 we are aware about. Is h3 known or?
yeah, there are some games, but it's not like common.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it caught him by surprise, but he was still trying to keep up the pace. Yeah, and I remember this should be playable. But I don't know if queen e2 is good. I could have probably played something else. Yeah, here I spent a lot of time. I wanted to play castle, but I was not sure about these things.
Yeah, h5.
I was getting scared.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to wait one move.
Mm-hmm.
But I was not sure if I should go rook b1, rook d1. Also, I can take first. Yeah, there were like too many options. And I decided to do this.
And queen f3 here. So I know that Hovhannisyan, like maybe did you think that Hovhannisyan is like a positional player so that he will not play this move g5, or were you provoking it? Like what
Wait,
was
g5 is the best move?
Yeah, somehow.
But takes? No, here I was happy. Okay, that is also a reason, but I think in general I was happy to get this because now there is some imbalance, yeah, like clearly. If he takes fe6, then bishop g3, I get knight c4, d4. So he has to take probably the queen, and then I wanted to start with knight c4. Oh, this is not good for some reason. Like I thought...
if bishop c7, you have this knight
yeah,
e3.
knight, bishop g3, and then knight e3, knight f5, bishop a7, also bishop g3. Like there is this, now there is the some weakness to play for. I was not happy to see bishop d8 because this is what I was worried about. And
Oh, wow.
because it's solid, yeah, like if he gets like few moves and then he's completely fine. And I thought this b3 was important because I didn't see any other way.
And then you got d4.
This b5 is critical. I think what happened. I was also thinking about this. Maybe this is also okay. I don't know. Like I was also considering this. Yeah, c3 on the book. Here I spent some time. I mean I saw d5 from afar. I underestimated this queen f6. I didn't think it was. I mean, it was fine for black. I thought something should come here.
Actually, he was also fighting quite well, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know, knight a3 or knight e3 I was thinking. I thought knight a3 is better because in all these lines I stop with a pawn. Oh wait, what did I do?
Which actually turned out to be very important factor in the game.
Yeah, and I don't know what he should do because it's not clear. I thought d4 is critical and I should go rook d6, knight c5. I was not sure what to play. Rook d1 is there, also rook c6, knight b3, rook e4 is there. Okay, it's just a fight, yeah. Like I'm probably not risking too much because I have active pieces and good pawn structure. So I was also thinking about something like this: a4, b4, knight b6, or maybe I think it's better to start with rook c8 first.
Yeah, actually, this was the best.
Rook e3, I think I should go because rook d3 is d. Okay, I was not sure. I mean, these positions are just so complicated. Yeah, like these positions, I mean, I have no idea what's happening.
And I think the fact that black has so many options just makes it practically very challenging for...
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. That it's, you have so many options that, I mean, none of them is obvious and you have to decide, yeah?
Yeah.
I think you went wrong here. I think you should start with rook b3 because knight c5 it looks similar. I mean, first I thought I had to go rook e3 anyways, but then I spotted this rook c6 that this just wins basically.
Oh wow, this was such a key.
Yeah, it's not obvious. Yeah, you think that these rook endgames they will not win, but if you think about it, it's just over basically. Like he has to. I think the only way is to do this. but it's just over. Yeah, like I take a5, has to be f6, and then rook c5, rook c7. It's just
Wow.
over.
Actually, Pragg, we were not sure how easy it will be to find this move, rook c6 that you played. But like, and because
Yeah, this
you
is
had
the
to
point
find.
basically. Like I had to see this rook b1 from afar. Like I didn't see it. Like here when I was taking rook d6, I didn't see. I thought the two options were like rook e3, where I could like I get this position. This should also be good. Or like I start with rook d6, and now if rook b3, now rook e3, and then this position. I was not sure which one to go, and then when he played knight c5, I spotted rook c6, and I think it's just over after this.
Yeah, and after this knight b1, rook d1 is also brilliant actually.
Yeah, I was not sure how to win after h5.
I think you just play h4.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, and claim that it's some sort of zugzwang, but
Actually, this knight b1, rook d1 was for us very tough to find actually. But what was the thought process behind this actually?
yeah, now he's threatening rook b3, and if, and basically like when I go knight b1, rook c2, like nothing moves now.
And this knight is pinned. Yeah.
Like it's just pinned forever. Yeah.
And then rook d1, and after this,
I mean, rook d1 is just in case because if knight d3 comes. I could also start with b6 because knight d3 is not coming anyways. Like knight d3, rook c2. Huh? Okay, good. I didn't. But why is it
knight
rook c3?
Rook c3, and somehow
rook b6, rook g6. Yeah.
Oh no, but king f1.
Yeah, rook g6.
Oh,
this is insane.
Okay, I didn't play. I mean, I thought rook d1 is.
What a save there! Wow.
But still king e2.
And
No,
then
knight g2, knight f4. Like.
No. This was actually important that you started with rook d1.
Yeah, also like rook d1 just stops all these things.
Yeah,
like nothing is actually moving. So.
Yeah. No, Pragg, this was, I mean, an incredible performance actually, because in the first 2-3 rounds, I think you made a few draws, and then Aravindh was +2, so you were 1 point behind. But then, as you said, this Yakubboev game, I think, just gave you this big confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, there were some crucial games which I needed to win, and I think I managed to do that.
And this year, Pragg has just been going so well for you. You won Vaik, and then you had an amazing performance in you won recently GCT. You also won this event. What do you think has been different this year?
I think I'm just winning games. That's the difference. Yeah, last year I was just making draws, and this year I'm winning. So
I'm sure that is a very happy question for him to answer, but yeah, I think when things are working, you just are very happy, and no need to question too much.
Yeah, I think just being more ambitious yeah, trying to take the chances.
Yeah, it's amazing, and there is definitely no playoffs here, so we are not sure about the tie break because Xu Xiangyu's game is still going, and Aravindh, yeah, as you said, this has actually happened.
I mean, could have been finished by now, no? Like 15 minutes,
probably.
So I think Aravindh is actually also going to win and join you on 6.5 out of 9. Wow. No, incredible result, Pragg. Any more people that you would like to thank after your performance here?
Yeah, I think starting with Vaibhav, he was here working throughout, and also Ramesh sir. Last year, he didn't, I was just not scoring those wins. I was making all these draws, and we had a camp discussing what is going wrong, going into all the details and trying to figure out actual problems, and we tried to change few things, and I think we are seeing the results of it. So yeah, Ramesh sir is always there supporting, and there's also one more person, but I think I would like
to keep it a secret.
So, and then my family is always supportive.
And actually now Vaishali and your mom is in Norway.
Yeah, they will play the last game today. And also Adani Group, they have been a huge support from last year. So.
Yeah, and Pragg, what's next for you actually? People are curious, where are you playing next?
I'll play the UZ Cup. So
Uzbekistan, UZ Cup in 18th of June, right?
Yeah, it'll be very strong. There'll be Arjun, both the Nodirbeks.
Arvind is also
Arvind will also be there.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi maybe.
Yeah, Jan. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Jan is also there, and yeah, a few other strong players as well.
Pragg, thanks a lot for joining, and big congrats to you again, and we hope that you keep continuing this hot streak. Also, Vaibhav, thanks a lot for joining and, supporting Pragg. It's been amazing actually to have both of you join us, and maybe we'll just see the final few
No, it
moments
must have been over by now.
Yeah, must have been over actually, but we are having this delay here. But guys, thanks a lot for joining. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And guys, that was Pragg joining us after his amazing win. We also had Vaibhav who joined us for a few minutes, and it was just amazing to hear their insights. Lilith, maybe you can join us back.
Yes. What great, right?
Yeah.
To have them, to have great Indians here, Raja.
Yeah, now it's celebration time for them. Exactly. That was so nice actually to hear his thoughts about the game. But what a day, we had a feeling that maybe it will be 2 draws. We were
Yes,
not
I
sure.
predicted 2 draws. Yes.
But this day is just turning out to be unbelievably well for Pragg and Aravindh, who just kept fighting. That's the
Yes.
will to win. Their will to
Exactly.
win is too big actually.
Actually, Pragg said, right, that they maybe they changed something, his attitude or what, that he would not make draws, but he would keep this fighting spirit, right?
Yeah, he just kept this fighting spirit, Lilith. That's what it was.
Throughout the whole tournament, right? Amazing, of course.
And here we can just see Knight
Amazing
H5.
Indians.
Yeah, too strong actually. They're too strong
Amazing
this year.
Indians, yes.
Aravindh has been having a unreal year actually. Of course, Pragg had a great event, but let's not also take anything away from Aravindh, who's just having one of the best, like last few months, even maybe 1.5 year of his life. He's just, there is no event where he's playing bad. Every event he performs really well.
Yes.
And here he's going to finish with +4. He just had one bad position against Sam, but besides that, no bad position. And look at Aram there. He's just not happy.
Yes.
But
not happy at all. But again, time issue was the biggest problem for Aram.
You are right.
Yes. Time issue.
And Samlin Wilson gives 10 memberships to everyone. Thanks a lot, Sam. Yeah, and let's see if Aravindh will also join us, because
yes,
that will be
nice.
Will be very nice to hear his thoughts.
Yes.
Too much hard work actually. Yeah, Paul is very right. Too much hard work by these
work.
players in the early years. Too much actually.
Yes.
And they come from really they've come from very humble backgrounds, but they've fought their ways so well, and they have this will, this determination to win. And that's, I think, one of the biggest advantages that they have compared to many other players.
Many others, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, sad for Aram, of course. Look, he's sad, of course. It's tough. It's a sport.
Tough day for Armenians, right?
Tough day for Armenia. Yeah.
For us,
but it's a sport. It's a sport. There's nothing.
Course,
someone has to win, someone has to lose. Today, somehow Pragg and Aravindh played well, but of course, it doesn't really. Still a lot of learning lessons for Hakobyan.
Of course, from Indians, right?
Yeah, and
yes, how they work, how they. They have this will to win, right? This fighting spirit. Yes, it's amazing, of course. It's amazing.
Yeah, and you always learn something, even if you have a bad event. So it's, instead of feeling bad, I think it's better to have resignation there, actually. And Aravindh has one. Let me try to have him actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations, big congratulations to
Aravindh,
to Arvind, to Pragg, to all Indians.
Yeah.
For such a great event, right, Raja?
Yes.
Yes, and let's meanwhile check what is going on in this game. Okay, so we haven't checked this game for a long time, because actually we were focused on main games, right here. Okay, this is what happened. H4, this we saw, Queen G3, Queen F6, Rook D6 and Queen F5. Okay, here we stopped actually. The Rook is hanging. Rook e1, rook c4, okay, rook takes, h6. So let's understand what is going on here. White is pawn up,
Yeah.
right? But black has good compensation because of pair of bishops, right? This is the key moment. Rook d1, okay. Actually,
I'll get the camera.
yes.
Yeah.
So rook d1, bishop c6, okay. Knight d4. Your prediction for this game?
I think
right?
draw. It was my prediction. Yeah.
Yeah, so draw. Queen d7. Actually, no. According to engine evaluation, white is slightly better. Queen d6. Okay. But black should work for
Yeah, he's a
draw.
pawn down.
He's a pawn down. He has compensation, of course, but okay, rook b4.
And actually, guys, I just spoke with Aravindh. He will join us in a few minutes, actually.
Okay, very
So it will
nice.
be really nice to have him with us. So,
e4,
yeah.
restricting this bishop. What an interesting game, by the way.
Very interesting.
Right,
Rook
yeah.
d2 and rook c1 check, king f2.
This is our actual position. Rook,
Rook
h1 has been played, and
This will be actually a very long game.
very long game. Yes,
Yeah.
actually every day we have 5
Yeah, because
5 hours.
they just reached the time control, Lilith, so they will play for 1 more hour at least.
At least, right? Yes.
Yeah.
True. And we are waiting for Aravindh, right, to join us.
Yeah, Aravindh will join us to share his thoughts, and it will be just amazing to hear his thoughts because
Yes. Actually, great tournament for Aravindh and Pragg, right?
insane event. I have the actually ratings in front of me now. Aravindh moves in front of Nepomniachtchi after this win.
Okay.
Guys,
so even he will be 9th, right?
he will be world number 9. He surpasses Jan Nepomniachtchi, moving to 9th spot because his rating will be 2758 close to. And Pragg is going to become 2774.
Okay. So 6.
So he will be world number 6. What a tournament for him.
Yes.
What a tournament.
Yes. What a tournament for Indians.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So let's go to our game also.
Yeah.
Yes, this game will
last a very long
last.
time. Lilith.
So we are here.
Yeah, we are here. I have to ask you, how did you enjoy this event? I mean, it was...
Yes, I enjoyed very much, Raja.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the games, the commentary together with you. It was such a big pleasure.
And usually whenever this time goes by quickly, that's a sign that we had a good time. Yeah, Lilith, the time just went by so quickly. We are looking at the final few moments from this tournament. It was really nice, guys. All of you who had joined us, thanks a lot for showing so much positive energy towards me and Lilith. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thanks a lot, guys.
And stay tuned though. Stay tuned because Aravindh is going to join us.
Right. We will have Aravindh also here with us. Excellent. Oh, we see.
Yeah, because
right.
the bar was updated.
Yes. So yes, the last game, right? And
so
we
what
are
about the winner actually? Let me ask actually, who has won?
Maybe we don't know yet because still there is one round go.
Yeah, that's true. But just 1 second because the orbiter said I'll just be back.
Okay. So I am here with you guys. Okay, so rook h1, right? So what can we say about this position? Rook is and pawn is hanging, right? Pawn is hanging. Do we want to protect it or not? But with g3 move. Possible, right? Just to protect the pawn. But yes, they will play. They will play for sure for 1 hour at least. For 1 hour at least, because white will try to win, of course. Because white is pawn up. The white will try to win. Black should defend. Yes. Oh, Arvind, come. Hi, congratulations. Great event, right?
Yeah.
And great play. Congratulations.
Oh,
Oh, we have Arvind with us.
yes.
Okay.
And guys, we just have Arvind who has joined us. Arvind, first of all, congrats. What a result you had. And you actually chose, like, I mean, this very risky kind of opening with h6. But before we get into the game, your first thoughts after this event?
Like I'm really happy with my games. Like, so of course I made some quick draws, and I thought it was necessary, like for such a long tournament. And yeah, but overall I'm happy with my games.
Arvind, actually, you made this one quick draw with Yakubboev, and everyone was asking, like, why did Arvind make a quick draw? But it was strategic, yeah?
No, not really.
Everyone was wondering, what your draw quick.
No, I like did not have a good sleep, so I thought like draw is a fair result, and so I did not have lunch.
And you finished with +4 here. I think you have even surpassed Jan Nepomniachtchi in the live rating list. I think your rating is 2757, which I'm not sure how much you are following, but I think the spectators are, following very closely, because we have 4 Indians in top 10 now.
That's good. Good to
So, and this, like, last 1.5 year, actually, Arvind, everyone was talking about it, like how draw. We have a winner. We just announced the last game was a draw. So because of the tie breaks, actually, you won this tournament.
Arvind won.
And of course, and
yeah, also unfortunate for Pragg. I mean, like he also played a great
Yeah.
tournament. He also had a great tournament. Yeah, so
I mean, it kind of feels like, both of you just played so well in this tournament. It just really impressive that both of you just steamrolled in this field. Just I was asking, this 1.5 year, like, from 2650, like everyone knew you were like this big.
I'm very sorry. This is from Vahag, the chief arbiter.
Yeah.
That
So
you won the
Arvind has
tournament.
actually gotten the better tiebreak, slightly more than Pragg. So Pragg finishes second.
actually, if Yakubboev had won, like I mean, Pragg was
Then
the
Pragg would
champion,
have won.
like,
Yeah. And because this last game, actually, we just got news that this ended in a draw, guys. Yakubboev versus Xu. And that's why somehow the tiebreaks are better for you. Arvind, like from 2650, this journey, like this 1.5 year, we also saw we just saw a big change in you, like as a person, but moreover that in your games, like you have just played phenomenal chess. Like, what's the secret, man?
it's nothing secret. I mean, life gives you a lot of surprises, and you just have to wait for it. And yeah, I waited for it, and like, I'm having a good time. So.
And you're doing really well. And is there someone you would like to, like, maybe want to thank after this, because you just had a brilliant performance here?
Like I do have like couple of seconds. I would like to thank them, and
You don't want to share yet, yeah? It's a secret, yeah.
yeah, of course, like my supporters, my family, friends, and of course sponsors. Like so yeah, I would like to thank them.
No, Arvind, it's just, I'm so happy actually. I've been following your journey for such a long time, and I'm so happy for you doing so well. Could you take us through this last game actually that you played? You chose this move h6 here.
So yeah, I think I did play this in like Chennai Masters. Like so I knew some ideas about it, so I thought like why not try again? Like also I won the like final game in Chennai Masters. Like why not? Again?
Really? The same opening?
Yes,
Wow.
like,
And it was against?
it was against Param. So.
Against Parham. Wow. So you were trying to repeat the same story.
Yes, like it worked well. Like also it could have backfired. Like
and knight f3, knight f6. Could you tell us, like, what was the critical moment maybe in the opening?
Actually, yeah, this rook c1 a6 like a3 is a very tricky move. Like, you just wait, like you don't like move a bishop, you just wait a move. Also, it is very useful like in certain cases, like when black goes b5,
Mm-hmm.
like which happened in the game, like black doesn't get knight b4 or b4.
Mm-hmm.
So this
It stops, yeah, completely the square.
Yeah, so I knew that like d4 bishop c4 c5 is like easiest way to equalize.
Ah, you knew this?
Yeah, c5 is
Uh-huh.
So, but I need to like go for a win. I mean,
You in the big, so from the opening, you knew that you might need to play for a win, yeah?
yeah, of course, like Pragg is a great fighter. Like
Yeah.
even with black pieces, he would have like fought for a win. So he had white as well. So definitely, I thought like
You should play
win
for
is
a win.
necessary. And
It's very interesting actually, because we thought with black you might be fine with a draw, but you were playing for a win actually.
no, I was fine with the draw, but like I wanted to get some game, like not like more solid one, like some which happened in the game. Like I had some imbalance, so
Actually, this queen b6 move and then rook d8, this was just so nice actually.
actually I knew that e5 is the move, like to
Oh,
get
really?
an advantage to us.
Here.
So yeah, yes, e5 and like white is better.
Ah, you knew this?
Yes, I mean it was hard to take this risk. I mean because you knew that like
It's
white
not.
is better, but still going for it. I mean doesn't feel right.
Uh-huh. But you had to take risk because Pragg was going to put pressure on his game and you had equal points, so you also had to play for a win.
This was all preparation. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late.
I mean I knew like white is better. Like here if white goes e5 and some bishop b1. So,
You knew this, but anyway, you took this risk.
yeah, I had to like find some imbalance and get a game.
Okay.
Did not want to go for some solid approach. And
Very interesting.
Guys, Pragg OP, Aravindh OP, both of them played really well. There are no playoffs here. So because of the tie break, Aravindh had better Sonneberger, Berger, some technical like rule I'm also not very this with, but because of this he has won. And coming back to the game, b4 and this move knight c6 followed by a5. This was unbelievable.
I mean like already like even after castles I was out of my prep, so I just knew like e5 is the better move. So
And here you were on your own, yeah? Rook d8.
yeah, rook d8. Rook d8 makes sense. Like if e5 I go knight of d7 and kind of transpose like to e5 stuff, but with a better version, of course. So b4, knight c6. Yeah, white was solid. Like probably knight c6 is not the best move.
Actually, a5 was interesting as well immediately.
But it it would consolidate. Yeah,
It would, yeah, maybe what you did actually was amazing, because I really liked this a5, rook c5, takes, and rook a3 move.
So yeah, he had to. I mean, he was also like getting low on time, so I thought I have to find something interesting. So
And actually, Arvind, at one point we saw in the video, you got up from your chair during your move to see Pragg's game. And what was happening there actually in your mind?
like I thought like Pragg was pushing, so I thought I have to get the game going. So I just like tried to take it till the end, and so at the time he was like under severe time pressure, so which I mean got me the result there.
So you were also keeping a close eye on the other game, yeah? So maybe if that game ended in a draw, you would have perhaps not taken some big risks.
Still I had to, because like till the last game, like last round standings, yeah, like he was ahead of me, Pragg was ahead of me, so win was the only result I had. So also like I mean okay with the draw, of course. Like draw with black pieces is always fine.
Queen d2, and now you are just, I mean,
so e5, yeah, it's an interesting approach. Like e5, I mean he has to like find some like quiet moves, let's say, or even rook b5 is fine, like completely fine. If he goes, let's say d5, rook d3 wins on the spot.
d5, rook d3, yeah, this was actually a
Queen
very
d3,
cool
knight
tactic.
b4. So if queen b5, bishop a6 is the point.
Yeah, this was beautiful actually. And if queen b6, c takes, And this was a great spot by you there. So e5, actually, with him having very little time, it proved to be very tricky for him.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he played well. Like he took on b5. Also, I was really considering rook of c1. I wanted to get the. I think it was. It was at this point I had a look at Pragg's game. No, not here. Maybe like, but rook of c1. I was really considering to get the game going with knight d4. Let's say knight d4, c6. I mean,
what?
Which is weird. But
what is this?
It keeps the game going actually.
How did you even come up with this idea?
Not easy to like make a move.
If you take here,
then rook d4.
Rook d4,
yes, yeah.
knight d4, queen d4, and you are winning. And you are saying that you want to capture on d4 next.
So because if I take back ed4, then rook b5, I think it just like simplifies
and this was a draw which you did not want.
Yeah.
So he actually took the pawn after 10 minutes.
Rook b5
and
so
actually
queen a6 was interesting here.
Yeah. What was your thought about this move?
But rook d1, it's I do not know like what to do here. So
and if you take,
yeah, like as they say, like this threat is always annoying. Like this queen, he can move his queen. Like queen c2, I did not see like.
And here the rook can move sometime, and this
do you have something here?
Maybe knight f2 e4
and some rook d3 e4. Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay. Something like this. Yeah, it was very calm, but somehow.
No, actually, no. Yeah. Here I thought he would go rook on b7. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, because like now I have to take on d2 and it's a draw. Yeah.
Take here, and this is
Also,
simplifying.
b5. But yeah.
b5, rook a2, and it keeps on going. But this was simplifying. But in the game, actually, your opponent chose. You played queen a7, keeping bishop a6 ideas in the air.
Yeah, he reacted well. Rook c5
and knight d7 again.
Once again, queen b6. I thought is the like, but what if he repeats like a b5?
Actually, here is where you checked Pragg's game.
It was at this.
This was at this point, and you decided to go.
Yeah, true. Because like I can also
actually, maybe.
Yeah,
it was here for sure
here,
because
like,
rook a2 was also an idea, but you played knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7. Yeah, it keeps the game going. Like again, like if rook c1, I take back ad4 and my knight is coming to e5.
Yeah.
So yeah, he played rook d5. Like it's a great move. Now I was considering, let's say if he goes rook, if I go knight under b4, then he this is an option, of course. Like he takes on d7.
Takes on d7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
rook d3.
If rook d3, rook d8 wins.
Rook d8 wins.
So rook on d7.
Yeah.
Queen b4. If rook d3, it's queen b5. So, I did not know. Like it's probably rook of 3 is the only move. Like I don't know. I thought like I'm losing, but I missed rook of 3. But yeah, it's like white is not worse.
Yeah, queen d7. It looks scary for black actually. So you actually, even if your opponent had low time, you were making sure that you don't allow these tricks, which was very important actually.
Yeah, true. Also, I had rook d3. Like actually, I wanted to take on d3. I think that's why I checked like Pragg's game. Rook d3. Yeah, he takes queen to d3, knight b4, rook d7. Knight d3 and rook d8. Yeah, this is equal. Yeah. So yeah, this is the reason I checked this game,
and then you decided to go for knight e7.
Yeah, which is dubious. Like because I saw like rook a5 coming.
Which he played.
Yeah, rook a5
takes.
Yeah, this is risky but I'm getting this knight c5 and
some tricks.
Tricks like if he allows me to go c5 like pawn c5 and I have this connected pawn, like it will be difficult for him.
Yeah.
So it's risky to take on d4 here, but I don't know what the best move is. There has to be some concrete move.
Yeah, I'm also not sure actually. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's
Yeah, it's not easy to find it right off the bat. He played a6 in the
yeah,
game.
a6. Yeah. So bishop a6 took
Rook
so
a1.
this rook d6 was nice. Yeah, it took rook a1, knight c5, bishop a6.
Yeah, the rook d6 again. I mean, you did not play this move, which was possible, but somehow it was like.
Yeah, if knight b3, white has queen b4. Yeah, so
Oh, this was cute. Knight a1.
yeah, queen e7. So
And this rook is hanging. So you decided to play rook d6, which is a brilliant move because now bishop cannot move. This rook hangs.
no, it's not at all easy with
With this-
very less time on the clock. I mean, no, like I have this like outside pass span, and also he needs to like solve his back rank. And
Yeah.
so,
So he played
yeah.
knight d4.
Yeah, rook a6. So he was like playing in seconds. So.
And this is tricky, yeah. Like, were you feeling happy now that some tricks here, knight jumping, or did you think that this is not the best outcome?
Thought this is the best I could get. So I was happy with it. At the same time, like not content with like what I've got. It's, but yeah, it's like with low timing on the clock. Yeah, it's not easy.
Not easy, yeah.
Because he blended with knight c2 once.
And knight c2, and this was again brilliant. Like you were so alert because you sacrificed a piece here, but you saw that you have queen e2, hitting this pawn, hitting this knight, and this is how you won a pawn actually.
Yeah, true. Like just made sure like I don't fall into some knight g5 tricks or like. So,
yeah, knight g5. Luckily you can just take
yes,
here. And if he goes knight e1, then you are just.
Yeah, it's a mate. Yeah, I think he has to go h3. Like h4
a beautiful mate. So,
h4 just weakened his king.
he had to go h3 here.
Yeah. But still, I mean, he has to.
But you are a pawn up, yeah.
Yeah,
Check.
yeah.
2 pawns up actually.
No, he can.
He can take. Yeah.
But yeah, still he has to like suffer.
So he played h4, which was according to you just weakening, because now you give check, chop, and then you played knight f6 back.
Yeah, here it's already difficult. Like for him, his king is weak. Also, I will just start pushing my c pawn. I mean, his knight is like tied to his king. That was the problem. So, I mean, he cannot go knight e5 because I always go queen e4 and
Hit this pawn.
Yeah, return on h4.
And I think after this, just to see 2-3 moves, c4, queen e4, and after knight d5, I think it was all over.
Yeah. Also, like this game, I would say like I was really inspired by like Pragg's game in over Yakubboev. So if you remember that, I thought that would be a draw like with queen c1 and queen f4, but he continued with g3 and king h3. That was really inspiring. Like so.
Oh wow! So you took inspiration from Pragg's win against Yakubboev, yeah?
Yeah, true. Like he took risk. He took risk in every possible moment. So I thought he's also deserving, of course. So,
yeah, I mean, both of you actually, for us, like, following, both of you just played so well, and in the end, it was you who clinched the championship because of the tiebreaks, Aravindh. Super big congrats to you, and thanks a lot for joining in. We have been very happy with your exciting chess. Any final few words that you would like to say to the viewers?
Enjoy chess, like
Yeah.
that's all I can say.
Enjoy chess. Aravindh, time to get some rest and enjoy this result. So big congrats and
Thank you.
have some fun now.
Sure.
Okay, guys, that was Aravindh. I'll just take this mic. Who has been the champion of this tournament. We will have the prize distribution ceremony where he is going to get the trophy, and also Pragg, of course, who played really well, will get the second prize. Lilith,
Oof.
what a day!
Yes, what a day, what a tournament, right, Raja? Big congratulations on all Indian fans, right?
Yeah.
On all the winners. Great play. Great results.
Yeah, great result, Lilith. And it was so nice to even have both of them join us actually and explain their thoughts. And I just had a lot of fun, listening to their like spirit, basically with which they were playing this tournament. And even after such a big result, both of them were actually, very calm. Like they were not very excited. They were. It was not like they were over the moon. They were like, yeah, it was a good result.
But they are, of course, inspiration for all of us,
Yeah,
right, Raja?
of course.
For all of us. It's such a big pleasure to follow them.
Yeah, it's actually a big pleasure to always take a look at their games, and the way especially they've been playing this last year has been amazing.
Putting so much pressure on opponents, right?
Yeah.
To this fighting spirit.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
Lilith, we had so much fun because of you were because of your curiosity about why like this move is not working and that tactic is not working. The chat has enjoyed tremendously actually, and they've learned a lot. I'm sure they also had a lot of fun. So Lilith, thanks a lot actually.
And thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Raja, for coming. And yes, it was a really big pleasure
It was so much fun.
to commentate together with you. I hope we will have more.
Yeah, hopefully
will
we get
have
this
more,
chance
right?
again, Lilith.
such opportunity to commentate such big events.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, thanks a lot for supporting this event and joining, rooting for Indians, rooting for Armenians, rooting
yes.
for everyone. We had people from 6-7 federations. All of them played really well. And right now, we will stop here because the closing ceremony starts soon. So, and actually, I have a bus to take soon as well. So, guys, that's it for now. That's it from Stepan Avagyan Tournament Memorial here in Armenia, where Aravindh gets the first spot with 6.5. Praggnanandhaa also with 6.5, but tie breaks were slightly bad. Third place goes to Kollars here with 5 out of 9. And we will take your leave now. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.